On the right? It's supposed to be one. On the right, so the one on the right is, she's daughter of the one that's against it.
No, yes. Right.
Well, there's one on the right.
Another associated action. People around the side. Those three
South San Antonio Independent School District, and the date today is April the 19th, and the time is 6 p.m. Dr. Saavedra? Oh, Mrs. Martinez, if you can call roll call.
Mrs. Angelina Oseguin.
Present.
Mr. Luis Ibarra Jr.
Present.
Mrs. Linda Longoria.
Present.
Mrs. Leticia Guerra.
Here.
Mrs. Tony Carter.
Present.
Mrs. Helen Mandel Prager.
Here.
Mrs. Elda Flores.
Present. Thank you, Mrs. Martinez. Dr. Saavedra.
Thank you, Mrs. Oseguin, members of the board. Permit me to introduce Ms. Angelina Morales. She's an 8th grade student at Shepherd Middle School. Angelina is here this evening with her dad, Mr. Morales. She is a member of the National Junior Honor Society in the Young Achievers Program. She has participated in volleyball as well as basketball. She is also a Shepherd Star and serves on the 8th grade class committee. Angelina volunteers her time helping teachers and is a student ambassador, serving as a positive role model for younger students. Please stand as Angelina leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the next flag.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for letting us convene here today. Please guide us to make the decisions in the best interest of our children. Thank you. All the action.
Students will enjoy successful education experiences to empower them to make decisions and enrich their lives in the future they create.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may be seated. At this time, the board is going into a closed meeting pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Discussion concerning personal matters pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Thank you. The Board of, the meeting tonight will now reconvene. Before we start, I'd like to acknowledge our guest here tonight, the Deputy Commissioner of Education, Mr. A.J. Crabhill, and I will allow you some time to speak if you'd like. Welcome. Thank you for coming and visiting our district.
Madam President, Superintendent, members of the board, thank you for the invitation to join you this evening. It's a pleasure to be here at South San Antonio ISD. Obviously, you have incredibly talented students, but also gorgeous facilities. Thank you for inviting me. I wanted to come because there are a few things that need to be said. First is that I don't think it's any news to folks that South San Antonio ISD has had some rocky moments over the past couple of years. But I think what defines leadership isn't whether or not we've gone through rocky moments, but whether or not we overcome that and we rise above that. Whether or not the community can come together and organize itself, gather itself around the needs of its students, and proceed even through moments of adversity. From my observation, and certainly I sit a far ways away in Austin, but from where I sit, I see the beginnings of that. I see a profound story that describes a district that is increasingly demonstrating what it is to be focused on improvements in student outcomes. I see a district that a board that is willing to challenge and hold accountable the superintendent, not merely rubber stamp and sign off on whatever the superintendent and the administration call for, but to ask thoughtful, meaningful questions, to push for understanding, to ensure that there is some meaningful alignment between the things that the administration is proposing and that which is most transformative in the lives of our students. That's appropriate behavior. Never misunderstand that the presence of a conservator is some suggestion that the board should relegate itself to rubber stamp. I've not seen this board do that. I've seen this board continue to wrestle, and that's completely in alignment with the expectations of the commissioner. What I've also seen is people willing to make hard choices, people willing to look at issues that aren't always going to be popular, issues that aren't always going to be fun. Until someone has served on a school board, it's difficult to know just how difficult and how lonely of a journey that can be. You are entrusted, a sacred trust, with the well-being of thousands of children. Doing so, in my case, when I was a trustee, is something that causes a great amount of heartache, a great amount of wrestling with self every night, every meeting, wondering, have I done the things that are going to make the most difference for my children? It's not an easy path that you've chosen. But on behalf of your children, what I see you doing is willing to wrestle with the hard choices, despite your personal unrest, recognizing that it's not about you, but it's about what's possible for our children. And I see you willing to pursue them in conversations that talk about innovation, conversations that talk about aspirations of what would be possible if we reallocated resources. These are not trivial matters, and they can't be handled trivially. You've taken the time, a great deal of time, to think through the matters at hand. Here's what I see. I see a district that, when I joined the agency some time ago, the conversation wasn't about if there's going to be a board of managers. It was really a conversation about when. As I've watched the growth and the maturation of this board, I see us approaching a very different conversation at the agency. A conversation that looks at not if this board is ready to lead this district independent of the conservator, but when will that occur? You are on the path, and on behalf of not only the commissioner, but on the children and families that you serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the citizens to be heard? And prior to opening it up, council?
Yes, Madam Board President, just really quickly, good evening, members of the community. What we want to do is just to kind of establish the procedures and guidelines with respect to citizens to be heard tonight. Again, board policy BED local allows for citizens to be heard. Each person who signed up will have 3 minutes to discuss with the board. Normal rules of decorum are expected. And with respect to any disruptions in the audience, those will not be tolerated. Board policy states that disruptions are not allowed. The police are here. And if there are any disruptions, we are please asking that there be no disruptions so that the board may deliberate and listen to citizens to be heard thoughtfully and deliberate these issues that are on the agenda thoughtfully and ask the questions that they may have without distractions. So please, again, please have no disruptions. And if there are disruptions, you will be asked to leave. Thank you.
Okay. First one is Ms. Tiffany Mesa. Before you begin, Ms. Mesa, Mrs. Guerra will take time. When you reach your minute, she'll have the sign up to indicate that there's a minute left.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may begin.
I want to start off by thanking all of you for the time and work you put into this district. With that being said, board members, tonight you have a huge decision to make regarding our schools. I urge you please remember what the community has said and the promises that you have made. You are the voice of our community. Thank you.
Ambar Rios.
Good evening. My name is Ambar Rios. I am a health educator for UT Teen Health. It's part of the UT Health San Antonio, formerly known as UT Health Science Center. So the UT Teen Health partners, as many of you know, with community organizations as well as school districts to provide teen pregnancy prevention throughout the districts. And so we just wanted to thank you for allowing us to come into your district and be part of the district to implement evidence-based programs having to do with teen pregnancy prevention. So this is our 2017 UT Teen Health Fiesta Medal. It was designed by one of our Youth Leadership Council members from Milton Academy. We had school members from just different districts, and so he was the winner this year. So we just wanted to give you a little thank you for allowing us to train your teachers and implement evidence-based programs to reduce those teen birth rates in South San ISD.
Thank you. Angelita Olvera.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent. My name is Angelito Olvera. I come forward to discuss the closing of Alternative Center, which has consistently provided much needed attention for the students in our community during their DAEP placement by utilizing the protective and sympathetic teachers who work with us daily. Closing down the Alternative Center is not the solution, but rather an abandonment of our students to another school district. Any district that accepts our students will not know our students the way we know them. Teachers and administration of the Alternative Center have nurtured and provided a safe haven for students to acquire the essential attention they require. The facility has offered an opportunity for students to work in a small class environment that provides each student with enhanced structure, which is conducive and enriched with knowledge and leadership, skills, and character building to prepare our students to function in a society that will accept their changed behavior. The alternative school knows the community and has partnered with agencies that assist parents and students with any needed information that will guide them in fulfilling their goal to accomplish the student success while placed in the facility as well as after they are released. We ask that you not only put aside the monetary value of operating expenses, but also focus on our students. Some of the teachers have over 20 years assigned to the facility and have never given up on our students. We ask that you please do the same. Do not give up on them and send them somewhere else. They need our teachers and they're here for them. The teachers and our students know their parents and know what they need. If operating from merely a financial angle, closing our SAISD Alternative Center may seem to equal more money to invest for other districts needed. Our parents, teachers, students, and the children deserve to be the focus of our investment, the students, not the money. We must not walk out on our community. The continuation of our program is an urgent obligation that the South San Independent School District School Board must fulfill. Also, please do not close your schools. Ms. Mala, Ms. Flores, thank you for the word that you all said last Wednesday about not closing our schools. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Eva Vigil. I'm a grandparent of a child that attends Athens Elementary. And I'm just here to ask to please not to close our schools. Please keep our schools open to service the educational needs of our students and to make them more productive by reducing class sizes so that all students can be educated to early college Do not make them gyms or recreational areas. We need brain power, not muscle power. Thank you.
Stacy Estrada. Stacy Estrada.
Madam President, members of the board, I didn't write a speech today. Last Wednesday's meeting gave me hope. You know, hearing Ms. Flores and Ms. Magda Prater speak up on behalf of the community was very touching. We were very nervous because we hadn't heard anything from Ms. Flores nor Ms. Magda. And to know that you two are listening to the community, oh, I'm sorry, I won't say names. Knowing that you're listening to the community, it's a big impact on us. It gave us hope and it gave us faith that you're going to hear us. Today, I bring to you, it was mentioned many times that, you know, well, there's no community input. There's no community input. What sits in front of you today is from the community. They may not be able to make it out to these meetings like us four do. You know, it's been said, well, we're at every meeting. We're going to be at every meeting. But that states volumes. We're not the only ones asking you to consider. And, you know, one of the board members mentioned bringing in the community and making a committee. I hope y'all follow through with that and look at other solutions. We have a lot of wasteful spending in our district. We all know that, a lot. And I think there's other alternatives. You know, Mr. Deputy, you've been here, you get to see the board. I've seen the inside. And there's a lot more to this story than you know. So I hope that that gets looked at. And there's a room full here that can tell you we have teachers, paraprofessionals, principals, and they don't speak up because they're scared. Well, I'm here today and I'm going to be that voice. And I hope that y'all listen to those voices. And again, thank you, board members, those of you that have stood for the community. And I hope today that when you make that choice, you remember the words you gave us Wednesday. Thank you very much.
Ms. Yvonne Cardona.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I'm here to speak on several issues. First, I want to speak as a constituent of this district, as a DOI member, and as a teacher, a bilingual teacher. Okay, my first concern as a constituent is that I please, like all the other parents that have asked, don't close our schools. Keep them open. Let's look for alternative ways, other ways that we can look into to keep those schools from closing. As a DOI member, back a few weeks ago when we had the voting on the exemptions that we wanted, everything sounded good. I thought we were going to vote on each individual exemption, vote on them individually, but it was a whole package together, which I voted against because I was against the student-teacher ratio one. I do not like that one. I wouldn't want any of our teachers to have more than 22, even though it's been said that it's not going to happen. We don't know if it is or if it isn't. If it's not going to happen, then why even vote on it? I feel we should leave that one out. Now, as a teacher, all of us bilingual teachers are being affected. In one way or another, we're being moved, we're being transferred, we're being put in a pool. You know, everyone is in a different situation. We had a meeting about a week ago, and our bilingual director told us that we had gone from a stage 4 to a stage 2. So obviously, we're doing something good. And yet, I feel like we're being punished for that. Because I've been at Carrillo for 19 years, and this year, it's all of a sudden being decided that I can't work at the school that I choose. You know, at the school that I want to be at and start my 20th year. You want to move me, but you already did, or whoever moved us, and put me at Benavides, which is a school where I don't want to be. If I wanted to transfer, if I wanted to be in another school in another district, I would have done that myself. You know, but of course, you know, it's being done for whatever reasons, even though it's been said that we're doing well, we're doing better. Not everyone is on the same page either. We were told, sir, that we would stay with our cluster, which is not the case. I would belong to the Price cluster. I'm not being put there. I'm being put in another cluster. I call the bilingual director and I ask her and a question, and she says she knows nothing about that. Go back to HR. Transfers me to HR. She knows she can't answer me that question. I go back to the bilingual director. So it's like, who knows what? I don't know if anyone knows anything because no one could answer my questions. And then finally, when they transfer me back over, nobody answers me. They knew what my questions were, yet they wouldn't answer me to tell me what I wanted to know. Then we get rated on a test where these people, these bilingual people, rated me as a bilingual teacher and gave me a score when I don't know who are they to rate me. You know, it's like, okay, they're saying that they're certified to do this, yet they didn't have the.
Time is up.
Hello, I am also an employee of the district, and I am here to talk about the District of Innovation. I know we talked about it, or we discussed it, it was discussed last time. But I still have issues with it. I know it looks good on paper, it looks good that we're going to do innovation, but I believe we need to take care of our problems that we have now. We had last year in 3rd grade, 61% of our kids passed. That means 39% didn't. That's about 300 children. What are we doing for these children? What am I providing for them? What other remediation do we have for them? 300 kids, and all we needed was a 53. I know that's my child, or any of my children, that's not good enough. And I say, what do I have on my campus? A reading specialist to service our whole campus. We do have a counselor, it looks good on paper, I have a counselor at my campus. Do you know, and do you know, that all they're required to do is be in my classroom once every 9 weeks, 2 hours a year? That's not even 10% of the time is spent in guidance. Our children need instruction. They need behavioral, they need to make decisions, they need to know about bullying, they need all these things. It doesn't happen. It's not fair to these kids. We keep hearing, oh, we want innovation. No, we need to get back to the basics. We're behind. Get us where we need to be, then let's look at innovation. I can't see it, I'm sorry, I've been teaching here 35 years. I spend my time in the morning tutoring kids. I stay during my conference to tutor my children. I take them out of after school program to tutor them. And what am I getting for this? Yes, I get the satisfaction, I love my children. But what else is happening? What are you doing? Closing our schools, how is that going to benefit these kids? What are you going to provide for us? And for them, not so much for us. I can do it. I will do it. But am I doing the best possible job? Am I servicing these children as well as I can? You need to give us these resources, not take away kids. Oh, we want to make these magnet schools. We're not ready to become magnet schools. Really? How can I say 300 children out of 761 did not pass? And that's an approximate, because I did some math there, but still. And who makes his choices? Really, I know last week we were here, that 2/3 of the vote had to pass. Our conservative was able to turn that over. Is it really what the community or the board wants? I don't see it. Please, listen to us. We have, like I said, we have counselors. And they're kept busy. I don't want to say, but this is what the district requires, because they have all these other jobs to do. Not to work with their kids as much as they should. Or I would think they need to. Or they study to be, because they study to for that. We have done, I know someone that's going to become a counselor. She doesn't look like a counselor, because she's not going to be a counselor.
Good
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Saavedra, Dr. Castleberry. I'm Belinda Saavedra. I stand before you as president of South San AFT, as a teacher of this district, as a representative of all our educators, paraprofessionals, retirees who stand in opposition to the District of Innovation. We have shared multiple times with you over various concerns resulting in opposition. To reiterate that stand, the District of Innovation is unnecessary, and approving it only increases the likelihood of social promotion and diminishes the quality of teaching in the district. Please vote no. We should not be passing students just to move them on and look good, and we need to be careful of any other measure that we are trying to, or that the District of Innovation is trying to impose on teachers and students. We also urge you to table any possible closures for 1 year, while alternatives are sought and programs are put in place to recruit students back. To close a school is to close the door to many students who will receive an inferior education in a charter school. Furthermore, the harm to our neighborhoods is going to be irreparable. Please vote no on both issues. We want South San to move forward, not take a step back. Thank you.
Ana Esparza.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Saavedra, and Council Conservator. My name is Ana Esparza, and I'm a member of Save Bonaventures COPS Metro. COPS Metro leaders stand opposed to the closure of the schools without a long-term vision and comprehensive plan to grow the district that will benefit the children. Drastic measures such as closing schools are necessary at times, but they must always be a part of a larger community-supported strategy. Currently, there is no strategy in place. Why is that? If this announcement was made last year, then why wasn't that time utilized to come up with a working plan and a vision for the future of the campuses and children? Why hasn't the district come up with a strategic plan to reach out to the community and have discussions on how to repurpose these schools with programs that will benefit the students? We propose that the district postpone a vote on school efficiency for 1 year and instead convene as soon as possible a group of parents, community members, pastors, students, teachers, and principals, along with the superintendent and board members, to create a vision and a strategic plan that addresses the root cause of the issue, not just the symptoms. The plan should address not only school efficiency, but also school effectiveness in preparing the students for the future. It should attract families with innovative programs and exciting new schools that are open to all. This plan should be created with the input from the community it serves. Thank you.
April Rosales.
My name is Gabriel Rosales. I'm the National VP for the Southwest for the League of United Latin American Citizens. And tonight I stand here on behalf of the parents of this community. Tonight I stand here in memory of my uncle who was chairman of the South San Independent School District for many years. And tonight I stand with the voice of telling you, don't do what this community is asking you not to do. Don't close these schools. Give these children an opportunity. I think the last time that I was here, we heard a child or a parent of a child talked about how the student population had gotten down there at Cajun Middle School. And that for the first time her child came home with an A. And so you continue to look at the bottom line, and you continue to have ideas of school closures without any input from the community. You're doing this community an injustice. So myself and many other Little Rock members across the country stand with the community of the South San community parents and ask you to do the right thing and do the right thing by these children and don't close these schools.
Lopez.
Just want to say thank you. I know it must be a difficult time being a board member, and I think at times this might, it's intimidating for volunteers to want to step up and do this. That being said, school closures are difficult, but I understand we are in a decline and tough decisions need to be made. But I'm against decisions without vision, and that's what's been executed with these meetings that have been done. I understand that closing school is needed due to budget restraints, but the district could have done a better job in its presentation and with empathy to the community. It's hard to be part of a solution when it feels proposal-seeking decisions have already been predetermined. I'm not going to start with a complaint without trying to be part of the solution, but it's just very difficult to be part of the solution when you feel that you're going against a decision that's already been predetermined. Being part of the DOI was typical South San business, proposing that DOI committee will design DOI exemptions and then changing it right before voting on it. I was told, trust in South San. I simply replied that that is something South San administration doesn't have. And I know we're working on it. We want to trust you, but you know, you got to understand that that's just something that hasn't existed for a while. And I know we're working to it, towards it. And you know, I hope we can be working together towards a solution. Finally, I encourage our community to understand that our board has difficult decisions to make, and unite together and move forward for our student success depends on it. I ask to see past our emotions and move forward with the decision that's made today. I will go back and just say that I also was for postponing a decision being made. I feel that this was on the fast track from the beginning. I don't understand why we had to make a decision within, which was probably 2.5 months. But again, if we're going to be doing this, there was just no vision that was proposed to our community to at least have us to look forward to something. If closures were going to be made, consolidations were going to be made, but give us, the community, something to look forward to, that for us to understand, and again, just to make it easier, I guess, to absorb. But all of this has been too fast. I thank you for your time.
I believe it's Linda Santillo. Santillo.
Good afternoon to everyone. I want to thank, first of all, I want to thank the board, because they have a very heavy cross to carry living. They have very hard decisions to make, and decisions that are going to affect not only our children today, but their future as well, and as well as a lot of veteran teachers that have been here. I myself have been in the district for 34 years. I have had a joyful life. I have enjoyed my job. I enjoyed being with my students. Right now, I'm trying to comfort them by telling them it's going to be okay if they send us to Price. It's going to be okay. And I'm also asking you that all these changes, you need to have counselors available for our students. It's affecting me, and I'm an adult. Can you imagine my little third graders, what they're feeling right now? All this deal about closing Athens and everything else, it hardens my heart. But I see that, yes, sometimes we do need to grow in different ways. But at the same time, I didn't see any board member go to our campus to see what our campus was like. I mean, when I buy a car, I do my research, and I investigate it and everything before I make a decision. This is a very hard decision to make. And I didn't see anybody show up. I'm there at work at 6:45 and I leave work at 6:10. As a matter of fact, I just left work because I was doing some things for preparing for tomorrow, for this week. Now, all of this has unified, well, to be honest, after tormenta, en un dicho, después de una tormenta viene la calma. We have had, we've unified, not only with teachers, with the community and everything else, and it's great to see people actually finding their voice, because it always seems to be the same ones always talking, and they ask us, aren't you scared to talk? Aren't you scared of retaliation? That's why a lot of people did not go to these meetings. The first meeting we went to, it was packed. The second one, well, everybody thinks it's a done deal. And I don't believe it's a done deal. I think we still have faith in our students, and I think that this is going to help. Now, one suggestion that I do say is that Athens Elementary can become, let's talk about innovation. It can become the educational metroplex. Athens is right there. Dwight is right next door to us. I know that us as a third grade block, we have reached the science teachers to come to our campus, and for 5 years we've been going back and forth up to the girls left, but we had astronomers come to our campus, and we had Under the Stars. The kids were elated to see that. We got to see the rings of Saturn. We got to see all these things. Why don't we use why don't we use Athens and Dwight to make a strong connection? We can do wonders just connecting them, make the kids excited about going to Dwight again, because they don't want to go to Dwight. Let's make them excited. Let's talk about innovation programs that we can embed. Have the kids come to Dwight and have them tutor our kids. Have them show them the band, show them music or whatever. But thank you so much. I really do thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Good evening, how you doing? I know you got a tough decision to do, but us as parents, we got a tough decision to do too. And one is about the closing of Kaizen. My son goes to Kaizen, he's been going there for going on 2 years. And this is and ever since it's been in Kaizen, he loves Kaizen. But you're scaring him to death knowing that he's gonna be going to Dwight Middle School when we got Zamora next door. Why don't you want Kaizen inside Zamora? Why would you want to transfer him somewhere else? And why are you putting prices on our kids? Those are our kids. You look at the future. Our kids are the future. Through our kids, Southside succeeds. But you're closing all these doors and you're pushing them somewhere else to overflow with other people. What do you think is going to happen? Same thing that happened when you combine Southside and West Campus. Look what happened. What needs to get hurt, or what needs to happen so you can open your eyes and focus your eyes on our kids? And this year, the teachers from Kaizen, my son's he's going through ADD, depression and all that, and they spend time with him. They focus on his education. And I love Kaizen for that, because out of all the schools, they tend to him. They make sure he's okay. And then one of my son's friend lost her mom, and they all came together as a class and wore purple to honor her mom as she passed away. So you're going to send these kids to different places. How do you think she's going to feel walking into another campus away from her schools? You're trying to save money. How are you going to get these kids to other places? You're going to spend money on gas, mechanics, drivers. It comes back to the same thing. It's money. You're interested in money and not the kids. Our kids are the future. And those signs we have in the bus, it's all advertising, because you're ignoring that and you're recoding all these schools. Like the man was saying a while ago, you should bring the parents and the community involved in what's going on. We don't find out until the end, but like you said, decisions are already made. And it's for us as parents to come together as one to see if we can change their mind. And that's what we're here for. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing our thoughts to be heard. On behalf of the Athens teachers, we would like our voice to be heard. Closing our schools so abruptly not only takes away the focus of our educating students, but breaks apart a family. Our students, faculty, and community have been a family and helped each other out through various life events. That trust has now been put to the test. Please find a way to keep our schools open.
That concludes the citizens to be heard who signed up, but I do have a statement that was sent to me today by Mr. Philip Cortez, who represents District 117, and I'd like to read that letter into the record. It says, "Dear members, thank you for your service to the community and your efforts to strengthen the educational foundation for our children. Regrettably, I am not able to join you this evening due to my duties as State Representative for House District 117. Today on the House of Representatives floor, we are debating and voting on the Public Schools Finance System Bill, which will have a direct impact on South San ISD funding. Today, I will stand strong to increase funding for the district and public schools throughout Texas. I have followed the issue being debated and voted on tonight regarding the proposal to close up to 3 schools in the district. I appreciate the efforts of the board and school administration to host public input meetings in order to hear the questions and concerns of South San residents. After speaking with numerous residents in person and via phone, I stand against the closure of any schools in the South San School District. I respectfully ask the board and administrative leadership continue to discuss other methods to address the enrollment issues impacting the district. School closures impact the community in many ways. Too often, this impact is negative. The success of a neighborhood is based solely on the success of the local school. South San ISD has a long history of providing children with a strong educational foundation, and the proposed schools to be closed have played a critical role in preparing the youth of our community for success. The Texas legislature plays a significant role in the success of independent school districts, and I will do my part to ensure South San ISD receives the funding necessary to provide a world-class education to our children. You have my commitment to work with the board and district administration to find other solutions for decreased enrollment issues the district is currently facing. Thank you again for the opportunity to address the board. Once again, I respectfully ask that you vote to keep our South San schools open. Yours in service, Mr. Philip Cortez. We are now at the part of the meeting where it's the superintendent's remarks. Dr. Sabet.
Thank you, Ms. Ostergein, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There are only about 29 days left in the school year. This is the time of the year that's extremely busy for all of our educators, our teachers, our principals, and everyone that works in our schools. Teachers are analyzing their data, reviewing curriculum to best prepare our students for the next round of state assessments and retesting, which will begin on May the 8th. There are many end-of-the-year activities scheduled in our schools, including award ceremonies, field days, and educational field trips. I ask the board to please refer to the district website or campus website, as well as the district offices for additional information on some of these activities. Week after next, which is May 1st through May the 5th, is designated as Teacher Appreciation Week. I would like to thank all of our dedicated and hardworking teachers in our district. The job of the teacher is very demanding, as everyone knows, but it is also a very rewarding job. All of us in this room have had our lives shaped by teachers. During this week, May 1st through May the 5th, campuses will be acknowledging their teachers with different activities. I hope every teacher knows how much we, the board, as well as the administration, and everyone associated with South San appreciate the work you do every day with our students. Our custodial and maintenance and transportation employees have been outfitted with new uniforms. These new uniforms consist of a shirt and pants with appropriate markings pertaining to the school district and the employee's name. We have received numerous compliments from not only the employees that have received these uniforms, but frankly from others because of the professional appearance that these uniforms provide. I would also like to congratulate our South San High School softball team for winning the District 29 6A championship and qualifying for the playoffs. The tentative playoff dates are April the 27th, 28th, and the 29th. The opponent and the sites are yet to be determined, and we certainly will provide that information to the board once we have that information. So it goes out to our girls as they go off into the playoffs. Our next scheduled board meeting workshop will occur on May the 3rd, and we invite the public to join us for that meeting. That concludes my remarks, Ms. Stiggins.
Thank you, Dr. Saavedra. Now we'll be recognizing some individuals and some employees. So the first one is the April Employee of the Month recognition.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Saavedra, Madam President, Dr. Castleberry. We have some wonderful things going on in our district, and we'd like to recognize some of them tonight. The first is a brand new award called the South San Superstar Employee of the Month. It's open to every employee in the district and is a nomination by their peers. For someone who goes above and beyond, has good attendance, and displays a hard work ethic and reflects the mission of our district. So we'd like to recognize our Superstar Employee for the month of April, Maritza Serna. Now, Palo Alto. She's a teaching assistant at Palo Alto, and her principal says that Maritza is always one step ahead, anticipating gaps and taking care of issues before even being asked. Principal Benavides also says Maritza has a solution for every problem and is always looking for ways to improve herself and be a better advocate for her students. She says Maritza is a definite asset to our district, and we'd like to congratulate her today. And we also have a present, a token of appreciation on behalf of our district. Yes, thank you so much. Our second recognition tonight is for Gloria Galvan, who you might remember is the 5th grade bilingual teacher who was awarded the Trinity University Excellence in Teaching's top honor at a ceremony that happened earlier this month. Now, Ms. Galvan is out of town working on next year's STAR exams, but we'd like to acknowledge her, and we'll recognize her in person at a later meeting. Now, our third award, and lastly, our district was awarded the EF Global Education Excellence Award. Now, this is a national recognition only given to a select number of districts and awarded in our very first year that we had this program, so it's pretty incredible. South San High School was selected for the honor because of its demonstration of commitment to international understanding and global awareness. Now, the president of the organization says that not only were the exchange students who came to South San accepted into our high school, but they became an integral part of the school's academic and extracurricular life. The EF High School Exchange Year Coordinator for our district is Carlos Martinez, and he's here with his students from the program, and we'd like to say congratulations on this honor.
Members of the board, Madam President, Dr. Saavedra, thank you on behalf of, first, I am an employee of the district, for allowing us to have exchange students here at your school. I do have 2 students here. One of them is actually my student that I take care of. His name is Erlend. He's from Norway. And then we also have Emil. Emil is from Denmark, and he's staying with another family. Also with me tonight are my regional coordinators, Susie and Roland Guzman, who basically got me to Love Exchange and then joined the coordinators with them. It's a huge honor because Southside makes it so easy and amazing for our students to join us. I'm hoping in the near future we can have more students. Next year we already have 3 students that will be attending South San High School. We're hoping to have as many as 7 to 10 next year, so we're still looking for some great families. And thank you all for everything you've done for us.
Everyone, you can come up to the front, we'll take a picture all together.
the meeting now is consent. Board members, we have 3 items for consideration. Are there any items to be withdrawn for consideration? Number 1 is the approval of board minute meetings, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Number 2 is to approve the memorandum of understanding between South San Antonio ISD and the Alamo Community College District for the implementation of the South San Antonio Early College Academy to afford students opportunities to earn college credit. And then number 3, to approve the purchase of technology devices, the Elite Books, to provide access to high-quality reading and math interventions for special education students. Are there any items to be withdrawn?
Madam Chair, number 3, please.
Okay. So, do I hear a motion to approve items 1 and 2?
So moved.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion has been made by Mrs. Flores, seconded by Mrs. Guerra. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. So now we're going to discuss, Ms. Prado has pulled item number 3, and so it's open for discussion. Mrs. Prado?
Thank you. I have a question regarding the, this is going to be for the special education students. Can anyone tell me what campuses are going to be receiving these books?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be South San High School, Dwight, Shepherd, Kaizen, Zamora, basically all the campuses. Everybody's getting something, and all the elementaries will get some as well.
All of the schools?
Yes,
For $51,000, that's pretty good.
Yes, it is.
Okay, next question then is how many self-contained students do we have?
How many self-contained students? Our numbers keep increasing, Ms. Prado, unfortunately. So I think we're up to about 250, around there, 250 self-contained students.
Now, are the elite books, are they going to all of the special education students, or just, is there a criteria they have to meet?
Well, they're going for the self-contained classrooms. Okay. Because a lot of them need a lot of that smart board use, they need a lot of the picture schedules, they need a lot of, we have what's called unique learning, we have Symbols, which does a lot of the pictures for them to get the vocabulary development in, to get the reading. And then we also have another program called News to You that puts words with pictures. And so as they're learning to read, they have the pictures with the words. And so all of that is all the program that we use with our self-contained students. And then we've also given the inclusion resource teachers at the elementary level, them to take, so when they go into the inclusion classroom, they can do small group pull-out, because we also are going to purchase the A to Z reading program for the elementaries. And so then they can start implementing those reading, that reading program with our inclusion students.
Okay. And will the company provide training on these
Yes,
books?
they actually are. Well, they're coming in, Unique Learning is the one that we're using, and A to Z, so both of those companies are going to come in and provide training in May, so that the teachers can have the summer to start doing their lesson plans and implement some of the things, so that if they have any problems, then they can come back in the fall again and do some more training.
And is there any special requirement as far as hookups or technology, such as our iPads, they have to be able to, you know?
No, at these, we've purchased some of these with our RDSPD program, which is the Regional Day School Program for the Deaf, and it worked very well with those students, and so we liked the way that those elite books were working with our deaf ed students, and so we thought, oh, this would be great for our life skills kids and our back unit students, and all our struggling students that are struggling in reading, so that's why we said let's go with these elite books.
And the books will be kept here on campus?
Absolutely,
They're not
yes,
going to be
ma'am.
going home with
Yeah.
kids? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's all the questions I have, Ms. O'Stein.
Mrs. Floyd?
How will we evaluate the results of this program?
Well, with the Unique Learning Program, that's what they're going to come and show us, how to do progress monitoring and to start showing their reading growth. And that's where we're trying to make progress with our severe students and our students that can't read. And so with the Unique Learning Program, there is a way to track progress. And there is also a way to track progress on the A to Z program as well. So all of that, we will be able to start tracking their progress.
Will we as a board know any of these results?
We can, definitely, yes, we definitely can share the results. Because we're interested, I think we've never really had a program that has tracked our progress for our low functioning students. So that's what we've been really looking for, is something that we can start to monitor and do some good progress monitoring on our students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to pass? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been passed by Ms. Helen Matlock Prather and been seconded by Mr. Luis Ibarra. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Now we come to the discussion and possible action. Number one, discussion and possible action to approve the 2017-2018 district academic calendar. Dr. Saavedra?
And Ms. Ospini, members of the board, I'm going to request that we move this item till after the discussion and possible action pertaining to the District of Innovation. The calendar being proposed would require one of the exemptions from that plan, from the District of Innovation plan. So once we know whether or not the board approves the District of Innovation plan, I would ask to take action on the calendar.
Okay, so do we need to do a motion or you just?
No, we can just skip this right now and come back to it.
All right, so then the next one is discussion and possible action to approve the constraints as they relate to the Lone Star governance goals adopted by the board. So Dr. Saavedra, I asked for this item to be put on the agenda. But board members, in reviewing the first component of the framework, I believe as a board that we need to have a discussion in reference to our vision. And so I think I kind of went a little bit too fast in going into the constraints. So if you're in agreement, I'd like to table this and move it on for May 3rd, but it would be in reference to the vision. Okay, so we need a motion.
I would entertain a motion to table.
Okay, do I hear a motion to table? Well, I place a motion to table. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion has been made by Mrs. Oseguin, a second by Mrs. Flores. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Number 3, discussion and possible action to approve the local district of innovation plan for South San Antonio ISD to better meet the needs of the students and community. Dr. Saavedra.
So speaking members of the board, this recommendation for approval of the District of Innovation Plan has been brought back to the board. It was first presented to the board last week. The recommendation at that time did not receive the required 2/3 vote. We have since had numerous discussions, specifically with the legal counsel in reference to what would be the requirements for passing the District of Innovation. We have brought it back. What you have in front of you and what's on the screen is the actual plan, the District of Innovation plan that the District of Innovation Committee approved and was posted on the district website for 30 days. What's in front of you is exactly what was posted. And so, therefore, the recommendation this evening to the board is that you adopt this District of Innovation plan as presented. I would be staff ready to respond to any questions or that you might have. I would open it up for discussion before the board.
Okay. So, board members, do we open it up for discussion or do we take a motion? Is there a motion to be made?
I move that we discuss and possible action to approve the local district of innovation plan for South San Antonio Municipal District to better meet the needs of the students and community.
Okay, I have a motion by Mrs. Flores. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mrs. Helen Prather, Matlock Prather.
Discussion.
Mrs. Prado?
Yes, Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to make an amendment to the main motion, if I could. I move that we amend the DOI plan, which is what we received, as follows, and that all additions noted in color red for each of the 6 exemptions be approved as noted, And I'm going to go through my exemptions. I do have copies if anybody wants to follow along. If they don't, that's fine. I'll just go ahead and read my amendments.
We have copies, please.
I do.
Do I hear a second on the amendment?
My second.
And it's open for discussion.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and, please. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to make my amendment at this time. Let me start with, as you know, the first exemption, there are 6 exemptions that are being recommended. The first exemption, which is the first year of instruction and last year of instruction, that requires no proposed changes as recommended by staff. I'm in total agreement with that one exemption. Exemption 2, which is the minimum attendance for class credit for a final grade. I have proposed a change to the local guidelines that are listed there. And let me just justify I'm going to read it and then I'll justify why I've added the change. The guideline, as you can see in black, is what the district has on there.
Hold on. We are talking about the required exemption. There is no guideline posted on the original plan. Is that correct?
There was on the first one.
Can we go to that slide, please? The TEC code requiring exemption, TEC 25.092.
There's no guidelines.
Which is B. Can we go to that slide, please?
Right.
Keep going. There we go. There's no local guidelines.
Okay, I stand corrected then. There are no local guidelines. What I've done is, if you look at the
I
second
think there were
paragraph.
last week. I have mine here. I'm sorry, but I have some.
Please, no disruptions.
Okay. If I may proceed. What I've done is the second paragraph where it says the district strives to implement innovation ways. I've included that, I've moved it down to a guideline, and I'll read it. Sometimes it's hard to read on the screen. The district strives to implement innovative ways for learners to learn. Virtual classroom learning opportunities and service learning opportunities are examples of innovative learning. Additionally, students will be afforded the opportunity to pursue potential career passion. What you see in red is what I'm proposing to be added, and that reads, whenever possible, students, especially those who are not credit deficient, will be allowed to pursue applicable internships through the guidance and assistance of teachers, counselors, administrators, and other professional staff. Further, that the school district will offer advanced courses during the summer session for those students who want to accelerate their educational program.
Okay, board members, for clarification, if we're looking at the copy that Ms. Prado has presented, everything in local guidelines she has presented, not only the red. What's in black as well,
right,
and the red, because as stated in the plan that was online, there were no local guidelines. I just want to make that clear.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, if I may proceed then.
Yeah.
Basically, all I'm asking is that there are some students that have other credits, that have already passed their EOC, that have passed all of their credits, and at this point are probably just taking electives and just to stay into the system. So I'm asking that with this guideline that we allow them the opportunity to take advanced courses during the summer so that they can help them advance for when they graduate. They're already taking these courses. Now, if it's feasible for the district, I don't know. If it's not cost efficient and not feasible, then maybe the counselors at the schools and the teachers can assist them to find other districts where they can take advanced courses to help them during the school year. Will they be able to earn extra credit? I don't know. But if not, I think they would be amicable to do something other than just take electives and, not do anything during the last year. So that's the recommendation on this exemption.
Mrs. Prado, before we move on, I'd like to open the floor for other board members to ask you questions in reference to the local guidelines that you have.
Okay, now, if it's okay with you, for time purposes, I just go through everything, and then if there's questions, jot down notes, and I'll be glad to answer them at the conclusion.
I think that I reserve the right, counsel.
Well,
I would like to do it individually so we can have clarity as to what is being presented.
Yes, Madam President, if we may take these exemptions one by one so we don't get lost in the, as far as in your suggestions. If that's okay with the board.
Madam Chair, I have a question. I thought the guidelines were separate from the exemptions.
Okay, so the plan, the district innovation plan that was presented online for 30 days, there are some exemptions that had local guidelines. For instance, the one that we're speaking about right now had no guidelines. And so Mrs. Prado is making an amendment to include the local guidelines that she was presenting. Okay, is there any other questions on this specific local guidelines that Mrs. Prado is presenting?
No?
Okay, we can move on.
Thank you. So the next exemption is the exemption regarding minimum minutes of instruction, 75,000 minutes a year or 420 minutes a day. If you'll notice on your copy that the exemption itself is intact with the exception of one sentence that I've added, and it reads, other students with challenges include but not limited to parent or parenting students, family hardships created by economic situations that result in the student having to work instead of attend school, and credit deficient students. What this speaks to is that these are the students that are not only maybe over age, that is being proposed maybe an alternative education program, but then you also have those students that are maybe single parents that could use the help. And I think if we allow them to also be included in this grouping, it would help them tremendously, because it's at no fault of their own. Some have to work to provide for their families, so I think they should be included in that as well. And if I'm not mistaken, this particular line item that I placed on there should look familiar to some of the staff, because this is exactly what is written in the Grand Prairie ISD DOI. That was included in their DOI. If they felt it was important, I felt that it should be included as well, that one sentence. So that's why I've added that on there. And then the rest of the exemption is intact. As you said, this particular one did not have any local guidelines, I understand that, but I felt that we needed some sort of guidance to help these students, so I've added guidelines. And it reads, the school district is committed to facility campus efficiency and utilization. Therefore, in order to establish the alternative education program, the school district will either locate the program on the campus of South San High School or at a facility campus adjacent to South San High School. If the program is situated at South San, the school within a school concept would be utilized in order to continue cost effectiveness efforts and have support functions and personnel easily accessible. Should the school district choose a facility campus adjacent to South San, the reassurance of only being walking distance from the main campus and its support services would be an attractive option. The school district will begin assessing and identifying the non-traditional students at the 8th grade level. If any incoming 9th grader is identified as having any of the aforementioned challenges, that will be considered for the alternative education program. The superintendent will coordinate with the District Education Improvement Council, which is the DEIC, to develop a process that incorporates elements of board policy, FEC legal, and FEC local. The developed process will be student and parent oriented, and the superintendent will present the developed process to the Board of Trustees for approval. Now let me speak to that if I could. On that particular one, as I mentioned, this is about overage kids and alternative education program. And I know that the superintendent has talked about efficiency, utilization. And as we all know, the high school, our current high school houses 3,500 kids, 3,500. That's the capacity. But currently, I think there is either a little less or a little more than 2,500 kids. So the high school still has the capacity to hold 600 students. So that could be an option to have the alternative education program at the high school because all the resources are there, or if not, a campus in the proximity maybe that would be close within walking distance would also, I think, suffice. But as I said, these are just guidelines and suggestions, and I think, and although it's not over age, it doesn't say 8th graders, but as we all know, there will be some 8th graders maybe that by the time they get into 9th grade will be 16 or 17-year-old, and the likelihood of them actually completing the EEOC and all their credits before the age of 21 would probably be very hard for them to do. So I think they need to be looked at as well. And that is the purpose for these guidelines. Okay? Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
So the addition of the benefit that you stated, other students with challenges include but not limited to parent or parenting students, family hardships created by economic situations that result in the student having to work instead of attend school, and credit deficient students. The question that I have is for council. So based on that statement, can that be looked at when we decide policy?
Yes.
Yes, so to do away with the benefit of exemption as stated for 30 days, and to remove the red does not institute, is not tell, how do I word this? What is not being said is that we will visit this on May 3rd to discuss policy.
Yes, it would just be a different avenue of addressing
That concern.
that Ms. Prado has.
Okay. And then also, the local guidelines that she's presenting, we're not tied currently with this plan to be more restrictive. Is that correct? Currently, the way as it's presented, when we discuss policy, we can be more restrictive as stated by Mrs. Prado.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. That was it. Thank you, Mrs. Prado.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Oh, yes.
So, on the local guidelines, everything that you listed here, my understanding is that we take the guidelines and we build policy around that.
That's correct.
Are you trying to say that you want to incorporate all of this in red into our local policy?
Into a policy. That's the purpose of the guidelines, and some of these already have guidelines. And those guidelines, the purpose for them is to use those as a guideline to implement the school policy.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but we're coming back May 3rd and discussing policy, where all of these changes could be made. Or all of these guidelines can be maintained so that policy can be voted on.
So what the difference would be if it were to be included into the District of Innovation Plan as presented by Ms. Prado would be any changes, if there were to be any changes that would make this more broad, would require a 2/3 vote. That would be the difference. However, these issues, and it had to go back to the District of Innovation Committee.
And have to be posted for
But if we do it through policy, it would just require 4 board member vote. Because you're not changing the plan. You're affecting that implementation through board policy. There's nothing at issue with respect to the procedures if this were to be added in the plan. However, we would have to send this back all the way to the District of Innovation Committee. And it would be, this would be included in the District of Innovation Plan if ratified by the District of Innovation Committee. And any changes to these suggestions would require a 2/3 vote. Now, if it's done by policy, it would require a simple majority. So that's the difference. These could be addressed at a board policy meeting. However, it wouldn't require all the procedural steps. But that's the board's choice. If the board wants to go ahead and include those protections, that's fine. But that's the procedural difference with respect to what's being discussed here.
Okay, so based on what you just said, if the board decides to put in protections, but we can decide to put protections when we set policy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's an option.
And we can make those as stringent or more stringent than what we have right here in front of us.
Yes, sir.
I'd like for clarification, if I could, counsel. I think you said that on the amendments that I'm presenting tonight, that it would require a 2/3 vote, but
No.
it's actually required a 4-3 vote.
Your amendments would require just a simple majority.
Right, exactly. I think you said 2/3.
And that would be, well, to approve the plan, to change these, if they were being adopted. Say after we go, if the board
decides to approve your amendments by simple majority vote, it goes back to District Innovation Plan, and these want to be amended at a later time, then the procedural steps that we would take today would be required again. So that's just the difference in the procedural aspects of what's being discussed today.
So for clarification, if the amendment passes, it goes back to the DOI committee, so May 3rd, where we set policy, does not happen.
I would wait until we have the District of Innovation Plan before we set policy.
Okay.
Because we don't know what the committee is going to approve.
Okay.
Any other questions for
Any
me?
other questions based on this?
Okay. Next item, or the next amendment, or the exemption, is the certification and required field-based experience. And on this one, that would be, that is, basically the benefits have no changes to them. However, the local guidelines, and I think this one does have local guidelines, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it does. The local guidelines, the first two sentences are intact, nothing has changed, but I have added, in fact, I'd like to read it, it's more understandable if you read the whole thing. The local guidelines says currently, the campus principal may submit to the superintendent a request to allow a teacher to teach a course in a highly specialized or hard-to-fill area. The superintendent will make a determination as to whether the applicant is qualified to teach such a course or vocational skill through a local teaching certificate. And my recommendation, my proposed amendment, is that the superintendent will ensure that the CTE applicants either possess proper state licensure or extensive years of experience in the field they will be teaching. Further, for applicants considered for science, technology, engineering, mathematics, which is STEM, fine arts, humanities, public services, health services, and business industry, the superintendent will ensure that they at least possess a bachelor's degree or its equivalent in the related field they will be teaching. The superintendent will ensure that all applicants employed under these local teaching certificates will be thoroughly familiar with the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, which is TICS, for the courses to be taught. Additionally, those employed will undergo classroom management training appropriate for their grade level. And the last sentence is taken from the current guideline, which says, local teaching certificates will be for 1 year. The employee will receive a non-Chapter 21 contract, and the superintendent will then report this action to the Board of Trustees. And I think the purpose for doing this is because we want to make sure that if we have CTE people or vacancy to fill in CTE, that we hire someone that has many years of experience in their field, such as an electrician. If there's a vacancy for an electrician, you want to hire somebody who's got maybe a master electrician, because you know that he's had to have had some college and some hours to do that. So it's just to make sure that we're giving our kids the best qualified teachers, even though they're not going to be certified in teaching, but they're still qualified and they meet the requirements of either experience or some sort of degree in their field that's related. And of course, the important thing is that anyone that comes that does not have a teaching certificate, that they get the additional training, as what Mr. Ibarra had referred to, having to deal with classroom management and dealing with the kids. And that was the purpose for this addition. Okay. Any other questions on this?
Yes, I do have a question, Mrs. Brother. So there haven't been any changes to the local guidelines. What you are proposing is to make it constrictive to the guidelines.
Right.
Okay. But you are in agreement what was presented in the plan. You're just wanting it to make it tighter.
Right.
Right? And board members, I just want to keep stressing that we can look at this tightness when we set policy. Okay? We can move on.
Okay, thank you. The next exemption is the class size and notice of class size. This one in particular, pretty much the exemption, I've propose some changes to. There's only, if you'll see, there's one line in black, and that comes from the original exemption that was proposed. What is in red, which is my proposed changes, says, there are two schools of thought on the effect of class size. First, that a smaller class size allows the teacher more opportunities for individualized instruction and positive learning outcomes. Second, there are those who believe that the addition of one or two students beyond the recommended ratio may not hinder the learning environment. And what I've added is subsequently, the school district has carefully crafted a blend of both schools of thought. Accurate student projections performed in the spring semester will allow the administration to make sound personnel decisions for the ensuing school year. This will lessen the necessity for moving students at the beginning of the school year. And the reason for the spring, and I know it's very difficult for HR, but the sooner that you can do this, the sooner you have a handle on how many teachers are you going to have to hire. This is really important. And on the local guidelines, I took the first sentence from the local guidelines that's there that says Southside ISD strives to adhere to the current Texas Education Code 25.112 of the 22-to-1 ratio in grades K to 4. The district requests flexibility to make the best possible decisions regarding the academic and emotional needs of our students. What I have added is the superintendent will ensure that no later than the 15th instructional day, the balancing of classes in grades K through 4, first at the campus level and then at the district level, if necessary, will be accomplished. The superintendent will then demonstrate to the Board of Trustees at a board meeting the disposition of the school district's K through 4 enrollment. Case in point, if I may stop there, Dr. Saavedra did present to us the snapshot from February 3rd, which is very helpful to show us what the enrollment was. And proceeding on, at that board meeting, the superintendent will then recommend for approval the number of local exemptions required which exceed the 22-to-1 ratio. The Board of Trustees, in granting their approval will be sensitive to the number of local exemptions requested and their class size. Notably, the administration, and I commend Dr. Saavedra, the administration was successful in this last school year, 2016-17, with only having one section in grades K through 4 that exceeded the 22-to-1 ratio. Only one section. That took a lot of hard work by the superintendent and the staff, but he was able to achieve that. Additionally, the overall student-teacher ratio in grades K to 4 average was an average of 18.8 to 1. And that was based on the student snapshot dated February the 4th. But therefore, based on a quantified historical perspective, the Board of Trustees expect that the number of local exemptions requested would not exceed 5% of the total K through 4 sections. Additionally, the K to 4 sections will not exceed a 23-to-1 ratio. That is one more than what is currently being required. And I think, Dr. Saavedra, you have always said that that's a big issue, having one more student, and I agree. I don't see that there's a need for another teacher when you're only adding one student. So I think that the 23-to-1 ratio should suffice. If there's a need for a higher number, then that should come to the board for approval. But as I said, it's doable. Dr. Saavedra and his staff were able to do it this year with only one exemption, and I think that was at 5 pounds, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Saavedra. So I do commend you for your hard work. It's doable, and it can be done. And I think this gives you a lot of latitude, Dr. Saavedra, to actually go to the 23-to-1 instead of the 22-to-1, but anything higher than that should come to the board. So that is my recommendation on this. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question for council. So based on the local guideline that is presented, that is online for 30 days, and the local guidelines that Mrs. Bravo is wishing to amend, as stated in the local guideline, her amendment, can that be made when we discuss policy?
Yes.
So as stated, our hands are not tied.
No, there's also a sentence at the last part of the local guidelines that were published in the District of Innovation Plan that said that any time the board may request that the superintendent bring exemptions for board approval. So that would cover it, even as presented.
Okay, thank you. All right, board members, are there any questions in reference to Mrs. Prado's local guidelines?
Okay, let me just also, if I may comment, since we're talking about class sizes. On the mysanantonio.com website yesterday, in fact, they showed they must have done a study of 99 elementary schools in San Antonio. I don't know if anybody got to see that, but they actually even showed the picture of each campus. But at the very bottom, they showed what their grade was based on the state rating. And there were anywhere from A to B. I didn't see any C schools on there. Of course, I looked for South San right away to see if we made the list. But it also showed the percentage of teachers and their absenteeism. How many teachers have been absent in the district? But what was interesting to me is that they also showed the student-teacher ratio for each one of those campuses. There were 99 campuses, and I scrolled through each one of them. Out of the 99 campuses, there were maybe four of those campuses that actually had a student-teacher ratio of 18:1. Everybody else was below, anywhere from 17, 14, 13, 12. Now remember, these campuses were all rated A or B. That speaks volumes. And I'm not talking about campuses on the south side. In fact, none of the south side districts were mentioned. It was North Side, Northeast, Alamo Heights, Lackland. It was the Bend and San Antonio. So these big districts are successful in their ratings because they have small class sizes. And who else is successful with small class sizes? The charter schools. So this is important. And like I said, I think administration has done a good job. If we can keep it at the level where we need to keep it, I think we'll be okay. And that was the reason for my exemption on that. Okay, the last exemption, I'm almost done, thank you for bearing with me, is the exemption on the free kindergarten. That exemption also has guidelines. There is no changes to the benefit of the exemption. I do have some minor changes to the local guidelines. And I know Dr. Saavedra in the previous presentation had indicated at the bottom, it's not there now, that would all depend on a TEA and whether or not they would allow funding. Because right now, if we approve the exemption, there will not be any funding if we decide to start taking 3-year-olds before they reach 4. So the guideline states the same, and I'm going to read you what the district has, and then I'll read what I've inserted. The district requests flexibility in determining readiness for kindergarten by allowing students who are not age 5 by September 1 to meet locally established eligibility requirements and to optionally enroll with all the same district financial benefits of those students who are 5 years old by September 1st. The district will establish a local committee comprised of various stakeholders, teachers, campus administrators, and district staff, to develop and recommend local criteria for kindergarten readiness to the superintendent and board of trustees. I think currently it's the superintendent/board of trustees. Students who are ready for school can develop a long foundation of literacy and numeracy to prevent potential gaps in achievement and accelerate their learning. What I have added in my proposed changes are the superintendent will ensure that parents and families are aware that this local exemption is available. Further, the superintendent will develop a mechanism by which a parent can recommend a child for consideration. In the spring semester of the ensuing budget year, the superintendent will inform the Board of Trustees of anticipated expenditures associated with this target group of students. Program implementation will be dependent on available budget revenues and subsequent approval by the Board of Trustees. And the reason I put that is because at any time, should there not be funding by TEA and the staff or superintendent feels that maybe we need to go ahead and enroll these kids, because we've already approved the exemption, that we make sure that before that happens, first of all, that the teachers are notified that there's a mechanism, they can enroll their kids, publicize it, don't make it South End's best kept secret, and that we have the funds to be able to fund these kids, because we won't get any funding from TEA. So that concludes my exemptions. If anybody has any questions on the last exemptions, you know.
I do.
Okay.
I just want to make it clear, board members, that the local guideline with red that Ms. Prado is presenting is a more rigorous guideline than what's presented, which I understand. And we will have that opportunity to make rigorous guidelines suggestions if this local innovation plan passes as presented online for 30 days. If it does not pass and the amendment passes, we need a 4-3 vote, but it gets sent back to the DOI committee. And once they convene and discuss this, it may take 1 meeting, it may take 2, it may take 3. Then, if they have no suggestions based on what is voted on the amendment, then it gets posted 30 days from there. So possibly this will not be coming back to us, what are we, April 19th, let's give it a week. Probably June. So I urge you, board members, to consider the vote that you are making. Overall, the plan that was presented online for 30 days doesn't tie the hands of the board. We can bring rigor to the exemptions that we vote on in a policy setting meeting. Are there any questions or concerns? Okay, so at this time, the motion that is being voted on is the amendment made by Mrs. Prado, and it was seconded by Mrs. Longoria. So I would like a roll call vote, but the way the roll call vote is done is you raise your hand. If you are in agreement of the vote, you raise your hand. Mrs. Martinez will take notice of who voted. If you are not in agreement of the amendment, then you would raise your hand at that time. Okay? Again, just for clarity, in order for the amendment to pass, we need at least 4 individuals to vote that way. And if it is passed, it goes back to the DOI committee. And the other motion on the floor does not get voted on. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have one final comment before we vote. So Mrs. Prado, based on everything that we've heard, and I totally understand and agree with a lot of the additional guidelines that you have in here. Plus, I have some of my own that I'd like to implement in the policy as well. Would you not agree that we could do that at another meeting and adopt this as is right now? Because these guidelines are not sufficient. And I have some to add at the policy meeting as well, which I don't think we need to actually do that tonight. So all I'm asking is that wouldn't you agree that we could vote on this plan as it is right now and try to pass this unanimously and then get together on May 3rd, discuss all these guidelines plus more and set policy? It's just a question.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your question. With all due respect, Mr. Ibarra, and I think we will all have more input, once the policy portion happens. But the reason that this is even here tonight, and we discussed this already, is this is the law. The Texas Education Code specifically says that the process to follow is that the DOI plan is to come to the Board of Trustees at a meeting where it is presented, where the board has the opportunity at the table to make any amendments or changes to the plan. Not like it was presented to us in the packet with just the title, the actual plan. This is our time to do this now. It does not say do it piecemeal. Do just the exemption, you do the guidelines at a later date, and you do the benefits at a later date. That's not what it says. It says to do it now. So that is why I chose, and that's my decision, to make my changes and my amendments tonight. Thank you.
Are there any board members? Okay. So if you are in favor of the amendment that Mrs. Prado has put forward, please raise your hand. Those of you not in favor, please raise your hand. Motion fails. The motion that is now being heard is the one that Mrs. Flores made to vote for the DOI plan as presented, the one that was online for 30 days.
Clarification, please. Just for clarification, Ms. Ostigan. If the vote for the plan that's presented means that the plan will be adopted, and that's it. It'll never come back to us again, not the plan. What we're going to meet on now is just policy. But the plan that's being presented by administration with all those exemptions and with what they have there is actually going to be the adoption tonight. And that will require a 2/3 vote.
Okay, so let's break that down. So you're asking, will the plan be revisited as it is stated?
Not for a vote, not until, no, because that's it. It won't come back to us for a vote. Once we approve it tonight, that's it.
Yes. What we are approving tonight with the motion that's on the floor is with the benefit of exemption for SSAISD that was presented to us by the committee. What we are voting for tonight are some local guidelines that were presented to some of the exemptions that was discussed and voted by the committee. So that is the plan that we will be voting for. I have asked council, based on the input that Mrs. Bravo has given, can that be revisited at a policy stated, at a policy discussion of other board members and their introductions of their local guidelines at a further date? And the answer is?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Is that clarity enough, Mrs. Bravo?
Just for clarification with respect to Ms. Bravo's comment that we can't bring back the plan for amendment, there's an annual review that's required, and we can bring back the plan for amendment if something's not working.
A year later.
Yeah, within the year. At any time, I don't think there's even any, I don't even think there's any restriction on bringing the plan back if it's requested by board members. But again, if there's an amendment that's suggested, that would have to start the process again, going back to the District of Innovation Committee and being posted for 30 days and then requiring a 2/3 vote again at the end of that process.
But the actual adoption of this plan is going to happen right now.
That's the motion on the floor.
Right, exactly.
Okay? Are there any, Mrs. Flores?
Before you take a vote on this motion, that staff is recommending, I'd like to say something.
Okay.
We sit here as a team of 8 to make good, sound, and important decisions for our South San community. If we truly are supportive of all our campus administrators and their staff who work with all our students, we must give them the tools and the flexibility that this plan gives them to help our South San students be successful. It is not good enough to be satisfactory or to remain with the status quo. If we all want to move our district forward in a positive, productive, and efficient way. All our students, campus administrators, teachers, staff, and the South San community deserve better.
Okay, are there any other comments or concerns, board members? All right, those in favor of the motion made by Mrs. Flores, which is the plan that was presented online for 30 days, please raise your hand. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Motion fails.
Ms. Ostergein, in accordance with the Texas Education Code, Section 39.111, the board is directed to approve the District of Innovation Plan as recommended by the administration.
Thank you. Moving on, the next one is discussion and possible, at this time, do we vote on the district academic calendar?
Yes.
Okay. So discussion and possible action to approve the 2017-2018 district academic calendar. Dr. Savannah.
So, again, members of the board, excuse me. This calendar has been developed with the input of the District Educational Improvement Committee, the TEACS Committee, a lot of participation on the part of educators that are in that committee. The calendar requires a request, an earlier start of the school year. That's the reason we needed approval of the District of Innovation Plan to be able to have that exemption. Either Ms. Costa or Mr. Balarama are prepared to respond to specific questions you might have about the calendar. It's somewhat similar to previous calendars that we've had. The primary difference being the start date. As a result of the earlier start date, it allows us to complete our semester by the Christmas break. It gives us a clean break. Students return back in January, prepared to start a second semester as opposed to coming back to review for final testing of the first semester, which has been the case previously. So Linda, do you have anything else to add to that?
Just that this was very, it wasn't just the Z committee, we did do a district-wide survey, and one of the overwhelming things they stated was to end the semester before Christmas, so therefore you have that break, and also with that, balancing the semester, so therefore that 1 week of instruction earlier gives more time with students before state exams, SAT, ACT, etc. So it was a very popular calendar. Staff, and when I say staff, I mean teachers, were very, very positive and really hoping that and again, if it doesn't pass, we'll go back, but they were very supportive of this.
Board members, are there any questions? Mrs. Brother?
Ms. Castro, since you're making the presentation, the teachers were surveyed, you said, and it was a good response. Yes. How many surveys were sent out?
It was an online survey, and I want to say we had about, it was like 75% responded that identified themselves as teacher. So the way it was is they had to click a button if you were an administrator or if you were a teacher, and we had a quite good response. And that's what generated the discussions with the DEIC. In addition to that, before the committee voted, they took discussions back to each campus. And so let's say if somebody didn't do it online, they had each campus representative had discussions with their campus saying, this is what, we want to present to the board, are there any amendments or feedback that the committee needs?
I know that even though it was done online, I'm sure the system allows you to print out or gives you how many. Is that data that you have available?
I think we still have it. I think we still have it. Is it like for us to share? I think we have that.
Well, we had 604 responses.
604 respond, and those were all in favor?
It was different questions to, right? It had like, do you prefer to start, what, do you have preference? I want to say it was like preferences of when do you want to end the semester? When do you want to end the year? Do you prefer it was a big thing about not splitting up Christmas holiday, having a full 2 weeks where I think Northside and Northeast, they don't have the full 2 weeks. And then the professional development days as well. So it asked if you prefer, so that's how we asked, what do you prefer, professional development days like we did this year, which was an overwhelming response to, instead of having half days throughout the year, to front load it in August. Do you prefer to the semester to the end of the winter break or after? And then there were comments as well.
Actually, I think the calendar is a good thing, because it's now in line with the early college high school. I've always been supportive of the change of calendar. I think it's a good thing. But I wanted to make sure that the teachers were involved and that they got a chance to give their opinion, and a survey of some type was done. So it looks like 600, that's a pretty good response. Okay. Thank you.
I have 3 questions, Mrs. Castro. When does school start, based on the calendar, for students?
For students?
Yes. Okay, August 21st. Do students have the Monday after Easter off?
No, and let me tell you why. And that was a thing that, because this year, we had the Monday after Easter, and that was a very, last year when we had the committee process, we needed the Monday after Easter. The problem is because of testing, where testing falls, the teachers and the committee said, we can't afford to have, we need them to come back that day, otherwise they would come back after Easter break and they would be testing, state testing. So that's why, for that purpose alone is why they decided not the Monday after.
Okay. My only suggestion to that is, let's not flip-flop every year, because it really does disturb parents.
I agree. I completely agree. And if I had, TEA walked out. I was going to say, if they had a thing on when state testing is. I completely agree. In fact, we're one of the few districts that had the Monday off. And I know Northside, Northeast, I had a meeting with them today. But it's simply, it is the only reason why that it was not suggested is because that's our first round of state exams.
My next question is, when is the last day of school for students?
For students. May 31st. May 31st.
Okay. Those are the only questions I had. Are there any other questions, board members?
So, I have one. So, Easter falls April 1st, on the 8th of 2018. So, on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, those are in red. Is that when it's testing? So they don't test on that Monday?
No, but they would come back
They
Tuesday.
would come back
and be
Tuesday.
testing.
And that was our concern, is them coming back that Tuesday. And you're right, they wouldn't test that Monday, but they'd come back from break and they'd be straight into their testing sites.
What was the attendance on Tuesday, since they were off on Monday? Do you have that?
Look at that. I know last year, that was one of, in addition to that, I know last year, that was one of our dates, I think, right, Angelica, that we had very low enrollment of attendance.
Well, I just feel it's going to happen again because they're not testing till Tuesday anyway.
Right,
And then I feel like Ms. Ostergaard, I had a lot of phone calls of parents happy because they felt like, why do you do that? And we're glad that y'all didn't do that. And I just feel that we're, once again, flip-flopping.
Well, our attendance on Tuesday was the same as our attendance on Wednesday. It was at 93% as a district on Tuesday, and it's 93% as a district on Wednesday.
Is there any way you can compare that to the Monday we came back from Easter last year?
I can. I would need a minute, not right. I would need a minute.
I would like to know that. But that doesn't impact my decision on the vote.
But we will consider that. I mean, that was a big one, and it was.
I understand, as a parent, I don't think I would want to come back from a holiday into a testing.
And that's what we thought.
Yeah, it was just, if we had done it for the last few years without a holiday, then I think we should have not done it this year.
Yeah, agreed.
That was my concern. I was happy,
Right.
but then going forward, we're going back.
We'll do our best to stay consistent on either Monday after or no Monday.
Yes, that would be good.
If I may add, I know from previous experience that teachers and campuses prefer to have at least that day before testing for preparations, for last minute, put all out effort to, help these kids, be in that good frame of mind for testing. And they're coming in that first day and here you are going to sit down and you're going to take a test. So it's very important to have that prep day prior to testing.
Okay. So,
we can't change Easter now, no.
I'm kind of lost here. Has there been a motion made?
I motion
Okay.
that we approve the 2017-2018 district academic calendar.
Okay, so a motion has been made by Mrs. Flores, a second by Mrs. Mala-Prather. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. So now to the one our community is here to hear us discuss and possibly take an action. Number 4, discussion and possible action to approve the consolidation of the Athens Elementary student enrollment with Carrillo Elementary and Heights Elementary, and the approval of the consolidation of the Keysen Middle School enrollment with Zamora Middle School and Dwight Middle School, starting with the 2017-2018 school year, and approve the closure of the alternative school program. Dr. Saavedra?
Thank you, Ms. Osterguin. Mr. Valderrama is passing out a hard copy, paper copy of what's being presented on the screen, so you can follow along. Let me start by making some comments in reference to this presentation and this recommendation. I know that there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of dialogue, a lot of different opinions expressed, some very similar opinions expressed as well. The recognition before the board is probably, I would say, probably the most difficult decision that any board member makes at any time. But at the same time, it's the type of decisions that many other boards before you have either avoided and ignored, or depending on what district we're talking about, in some cases in other districts they've actually have taken the vote on this. So I'm going to start on the second slide and talk a little bit just briefly about the process. I'm going to try not to repeat much of what was presented at the community meetings. A little bit of it will be repeated, but we're not going to go through the same kind of presentations. This whole process started really 2 years ago, in January of 2015, when the school district employed a demographer from Austin, Texas, initially to help us prepare attendance maps. Attendance maps were not available in the district. And frankly, it's somewhat unheard of for any school district not to have attendance maps, but we didn't have them. And so that was the primary purpose of the demographer coming in. I also decided at that time that we needed information concerning the demographics of this district in order for there to be advanced planning. So in addition to producing the attendance map, we also asked the demographer to provide a study of the demographics in the district, where we were at the time and where we were headed. A few months later in April, we actually did a presentation to the school board that was related to school attendance zones and the issue of enrollment. It was really the first time that in a public meeting, the board received this information that we've been discussing for the last several months in reference to school attendance and attendance zones and enrollment. Then we moved on at that time, and there was an interest at the time to possibly consider a bond issue moving forward. And so whenever you consider a bond issue, not only do you need a facility study that was conducted by Garza, Bonberger, and Associates, but you also need to know what the demographics or the future demographics of the district would be. And so this information was actually presented to a facilities assessment committee that was appointed with a lot of input by the board. As a matter of fact, I think every board member got to select, I don't recall whether it was one member of the committee or 2 members of the committee, but every board member was able to provide people on that committee. And a lot of discussion occurred concerning future facilities, as well as this information concerning the under-enrollment of our schools. And so that was discussed with community at that time through this facility assessment committee. We move on a few months later to November of 2015, and there's another presentation to the board concerning the student enrollment and the issue of campus capacity. In essence, I think this might have been the first report where we actually used the phrase footprint of the school system being too large. The other thing that occurred in November of 2015 was the corrective action plan received by the district at that time. And I believe once we received the corrective action plan, I think it was the consensus of the board, certainly the administration, that we needed to get past those issues that were presented by the corrective action plan before we would have any further consideration of future bond issues. It's not on the slide, but a few months later, January, February of 2016, TEA appointed a conservator to the school system. Nevertheless, we continue to discuss have discussions on boundaries and then possible school consolidations in March of 2016, which is a little more than a year ago, about 13 months ago. And it was during that time, in that discussion, that particular day, that the input from the board to the administration was, this is fine and dandy, we most likely need this, but let's delay any further discussion on this until we get past the November elections. And so it was delayed. Nothing occurred for the next several months. And once we got past the November elections, this past January, a few months ago, it was brought up again. We actually presented some of the information to our new board members during their orientation because it was an issue that needed to be addressed, and there's a need to bring them along with the information so that obviously they would be able to seriously consider this particular issue. Over the last several months, couple of months or so, February and March, 6 community meetings were held with our community. Information was presented at these meetings. Opportunity for the community to present input also. And we heard many suggestions, many comments at these meetings. So that basically brings us to where we are today. I want to review some of this was presented at these community meetings, but some of these data points are important to consider. What you have in front of you now is student enrollment trends for a period of six years, starting with 2011 through the present year of 2016-17. There's six enrollment, district enrollment figures there for each of those respective years. And what I want to point out here is that the differences between the high enrollment, which was 2013-14, which is 10,014 students, and the present low enrollment, which is this year at 9,626, I believe there's only the difference of about 388 students. It's significant. It is significant, but we've been somewhat consistent, basically, in enrollment between 9,600 approximately and 10,000. I mean, that's basically been the window for the last 6 years. The next slide presents the same type of enrollment trends, but instead of for 6 years, we present the enrollment trends for 14 years. And if you look on the left-hand side of the slide, starting with 2003-04, the enrollment there is 9,928. And if you go all the way to the right, which is this year, 2016-17, that enrollment being 9,626. Again, that spread of enrollment is approximately 302 students. So this enrollment challenge of having too much capacity in our facilities is not something that was recently identified or created. It was actually recently identified because of the expert information that we received from a demographer, but it's been somewhat steady over a period of time. As a matter of fact, as we go on through this presentation, I think I'll be able to show you that these challenges of under-enrollment have plagued this district for 20 years or more. This is not something that has occurred just recently. The reason decline in enrollment in the last 2 years that we have experienced make the situation more serious and more grave because of the trend of continuing to drop. But we had a problem back in 2003. And as far as at that time, as to what the utilization of capacity would have been at that time. This next slide shows the enrollment trends as to the blue line, basically as to where we've been and where we are, and where we're projected to be for next year, which is at 9,169. And this is the projected enrollment that we're using basically as we plan for next year, including our budget process. Then we also have projected 2 years from now that we will drop an additional approximately 400 students. And the primary reason for these more severe drops is because of the 2 charter schools opening up within our boundaries. And they will not complete enrolling all of their students, basically filling the school during the first year. We anticipate that it will take them to the second year, and depending on what process they follow, it could take several years, but the projection of 8,769 2 years from now is predicated on those charter schools having full enrollment within 2 years. So, as we have talked before concerning building utilization and the utilization of our capacity, when the Harner study was actually completed, which was 2014-15, the initial report we received from that demographer was that we were at 61% utilization of our capacity. Basically, through efficient staffing and efficient scheduling of students into classrooms, we could basically accommodate all our students that year of 9,960 in about 61% of our classrooms, basically. So, meaning that 39% of our classrooms were either under-enrolled or being utilized for other purposes than just instructional classrooms. And many of you, several of you have walked the buildings as I have. We know that there's different uses for those classrooms other than instructional classrooms. If we follow the projection for enrollment, and the first number, that 59%, is where we are today. That is basically our snapshot enrollment this past October, and that gives us a 59% capacity utilization. A year from now, if our projection is correct of 9,169, that utilization of capacity drops to 54%. I know in her presentation last week, I believe Ms. Barrow suggested it could be even a more severe drop. We really don't know. These are projections. And 2 years from now, our projection of 8,769 students puts us right at about 50% capacity, basically stating that about half of our classrooms are either under-enrolled or being utilized for something other than instructional classrooms. And that's what we see as far as projection. So, you heard me say earlier that this is not a problem that was created recently. We've had this for, the reason I said 20 years, is in 1995, this is a map of the Athens and Price area, those neighborhoods. And you can tell just by looking at the map that Athens and Price are very close to each other. It's about 0.6 of a mile between those two schools. But yet, in the wisdom of the district, we turn around and build a third elementary school much closer at about 0.4 miles from Price. And so, if you were to consider the enrollment of the district at that particular time, we had the problem that we're dealing with today of of under-enrollment, we had that problem in 1995. And the wisdom of the decision makers at the time, they decided not to do anything about that particular issue. I call it kicking the can down the road. Let someone else make that decision, because it is a tough decision. So that was this particular area as it pertains to Athens, Price, and Carrillo. And when you see the word Carrillo there, you don't really see that little flag, the little building, because we weren't able to work it in there. But to give you an idea as to where that building would be, it's between the letter C and the letter A. And you're to just identify that area, you can see how close that is to Price Elementary. So now we go to 2006, about 11 years ago, and this is the Kaysen area, and you see where Kaysen Middle School is located. And at that time, in 2006, the district builds a new middle school in very close proximity. To be exact, by driving the distance, it's about 0.9 miles from Kaysen, where Zamora was built. The enrollment numbers that I've shown you previously during this period of time are very similar to the enrollment numbers we have today. There's not a lot of fluctuation, meaning this problem was existing at that particular time. Now, again, I don't know specifically as to why I guess the decision makers at the time decided to build another middle school in so close proximity. As a matter of fact, it is so close that Kaysen Middle School, where it sits right now, sits outside of its own attendance zone. Where it sits right now, it's actually in Zamora. If you had a house right there where it says Kaysen, you'd be attending Zamora. You won't be attending Kaysen. That's the way the attendance boundary is today. And I think it was due to the challenges that are presented when you build two middle schools so close to each other. And again, the can got kicked down the road again for somebody else to deal with. And that brings us to 2017, to today. It would be a major problem if that was an empty can that was being kicked down the road, but quite frankly, that's not an empty can. That particular can that was kicked down the road for so many years, so many times, is full of educational opportunities for kids. On the previous reports we presented to the board, the proposed consolidations, which is option one, that was described previously to the board, we had previously estimated, I think, $3.1 million savings that would be allowed for reallocation for other programs. The number we have today, as we continue to look at the issues of staffing, we're looking closer to about 3.7 million. Now, please imagine, if you would, that 3.7 million per year, that could have been directed to educational programs in this district, starting in 2006, when Zamora was opened up, when that middle school was opened up. So every year since then, $3.6 million has not been invested, per year has not been invested. And you multiply it out, and we're looking at about $40 million of lost opportunity, of lost education opportunities for young people. And this is the primary reason that the recommendation that the administration is making to the board today is so important. I don't believe that our students can afford for that can to continue to be kicked down the road. Now, several board members, and we have discussed this over several weeks and several months, some folks have asked us, well, what do you do with the recapture of this 3.7 million or whatever the number might be? And so there's opportunity for a lot of different choices, a lot of different options. Before I call on Linda Castro to walk you through this, let me just say that parents want choices. They want the best education opportunity they can find for their children. And either we as educators learn that we have to provide that internally within our school system in order to maintain our enrollment and keep our students. Or honestly, I respect that a parent feels that they need to make a different choice, whether we agree with it or not. And those are choices that every parent should be able to make independently of any pressure from anyone to decide what is best for their own children. Our job as educators is to provide better options, quality programs for these young people, so that parents decide, you know what, I want to keep my child here, but I want my child to have opportunities. Every parent wants a better education than they receive for their children. And I think we need to keep that in mind as we start looking at the different options and opportunities that we might present to our young people. So with that, I'm going to call on Delinda Castro to walk us through this very quickly as we continue this presentation. Delinda?
Thank you, Dr. Saavedra. I first want to start with our district vision. All students will enjoy successful education experiences to empower them to make decisions and enrich their lives in the future they create. That district vision that was created with students' input, Ms. Prado, you were on those committee meetings, parent input, business partners, counselors, elementary teachers, middle school teachers, high school teachers, that every word was crafted by not majority, but consensus to create that vision. And when I see that vision and I hear that vision, and I keep thinking, in fact, I'm pulling up, when we had that strategic design process, there's so much feedback from students, because that vision right there is about student choice. That's what it's about, student choice. And that's what we are committed to, is to offer choices for our students so they can get the educational resources, so they can make good decisions and create their own future. So with that, some of the choices that we would like to offer is extending our House Bill 5 opportunities to elementary schools. We'd like to offer career exploration opportunities and formal courses by industry and field experts. We'd like to expand early literacy resources and professional development, which is aligned with our board goal number 3. Math and reading instructional coaches at each elementary and middle school to add additional support for students and teachers, and that aligns with board goal number 2 and number 3. And then we'd like to expand technology for Chromebooks for 5th grade students. At middle school, and this was in our strategic design process, to identify middle schools as magnets. And so we'd like to redesign middle school campuses to offer a comprehensive educational program centered around student interests. The way we garner that student interest is a lot like our strategic design. We have to get community input, we have to connect with business partners, get with our workforce commission, and really identify what are the areas that we need to train our students to be successful, whether it be college or career. Develop partnerships and internships opportunities for students. And then expand Chromebooks in math and English classes. Last year, this board voted to expand Chromebooks in social studies and science classes in 6th and 7th and 8th grade. I believe we did a presentation in December on how that was doing, and so that's something that we would like to expand. Can you hit that? I don't know. Next slide. And so then expansion of our early college. So we'd like to redesign the Academy of Health Sciences, which is aligned to board goal number 1. I believe Dr. Gardner made a presentation about that at our last board meeting. Sustain the Early College Academy, which is again connected to board goal number 1. Expand our CTE programs to include cybersecurity and culinary for dual credit, and that's again aligned to board goal number 1. Expand dual credit across the board, which is again board goal number 1. And then we are looking at a P-TECH early college program. This is something new that is very new, that was from a model in New York, and there's now language from TEA. And so we'd like to look at this opportunity that maybe that way, even at high school, they have even more choices. Health science, early college, dual credit, and maybe pathways to technology. But that's under review again. In addition, we'd like to look at alternative education programs for overage students. And when we say overage, we mean not just, they're 8th graders that are 16. We have 4th graders that are 11, that are 12, that they don't want to be in 4th grade, and so if maybe we could get them into an accelerated program, a lot what you described, Ms. Prado, an accelerated program to catch them up. Maybe they were out, for whatever reason they fell off track. Maybe we could get them back with their cohort. So we would like to explore those opportunities. And so when we think, I want to make sure that we know that for whatever reason, whether it's whatever hardship students came to that got them off track, I feel like this should be welcoming to all students, whether, and maybe we set instead of maybe the grade level, maybe we set the age level. 11, if you're off track, starting age 11 through 17. Again, we can discuss that more when we come to policy, but that's something that we would like to see because we do see a need to support our students in that area. And then we'd like to really expand our adult education program. Currently, we provide ESL courses and GED classes, but with the great centers that we have, I would like to reallocate and really do parent universities once a month, Love and Logic, computer courses to try to help them, our parents and community, if they are, wanting to learn internet and Excel and more job-related skills, us offer those opportunities as well. So if you could hit the next slide. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Zamora, where he will discuss the financial impact of...
Let me introduce this, as Tracy gets started. The board gets to approve our budget, required to approve our budget by function. And what I've asked Mr. Zamora to do is present to the board the $3.7 million that we feel that we would be able to reallocate. Present to the board where we've been spending this money up to this point, and if school consolidation occurs, where will this money be spent? So that's the purpose of this part of the presentation. Tracy?
Good evening. So the slide you have in front of you is the TEA's guideline to how we adopt the budget. It is by function code. To go into a little more detail about TEA's regulations, so from an accounting perspective, TEA has a 20 numerical value number that we identify all expenditures to. So there's the fund, the function, the object, the sub-object, or et cetera, and so we have to prepare our budget with that 20 account code structure. The function is the area where we present to the board at that level to say how much will we spend in function 11. So I'm just going to go real quickly through the different functions that we comply with. So function 11 is our instructional program, so that's our teachers, teacher aides, anything that is classroom related. Function 12 is our instructional resources and media services, which basically means our library services. So and when I say any expenditures, that's basically salaries, supplies, any contracted services they may have, any capital, so it could be any number of items. Function 21 is instructional leadership, so that's generally your curriculum department. I'm sorry, I skipped function 13. So function 13, your curriculum development and instructional staff development, so that's basically staff development, as it says, and any staff that are dedicated to the preparation of curriculum or staff development. 21 again was instructional leadership. 23 is your school leadership, so that's all your campus administration, your principal, your assistant principal, any office staff. 31 is your guidance, counseling, and evaluation services. So again, these are your counselors and any associated costs in that department. 32 are your social worker services. 33 are your health services, so these are your nurses, nurses aides, anything that's related to health services provided to our students, optometrists, hearing, those kind of tests. 34 is our transportation department, so those are any costs associated with the routes that transport kids from home to school and back home. Costs associated with athletic events or extracurricular are not charged to this function. 35 is your food services, so that's all of your child nutrition program. 36 is your extracurricular activities. So these are coaches' stipends, anything associated with athletics, UIL. 41 is your general administrative, so that's your business office, the superintendent's office. 51 is your facilities maintenance and operations. So that just what it says, it's all of our facility expenditures, utilities, repairs, maintenance, those things that are associated with that. 52 is your security and monitoring services, so that's our police department. Any security services we may pay for on contracted services. 53 is data processing services. This really is your technology department and any technology infrastructure. 61 is your community services, which is generally parental involvement type of expenditures, anything related to community outreach. This next slide shows us what areas we would have cost reductions in. So as you can see, instruction has a 2.1 million cost reduction, media services 110,000, school leadership 596,000, counseling 219,000, health services 110,000, extracurricular 48,000, maintenance 431,000, security 65,000, for a total budget reduction of 3.7 million. For the areas that we would reallocate these savings, instruction, we would reallocate 3.1 million. Staff development would receive about 457,000, and then community services would get an increase of 100,000, equaling the same 3.7 million.
So let me also comment to the board that the reallocation of funds, frankly, is part of the budget process. This is, you as the board, as you approve the budget, and we have these workshops that we've been having. Right now, what we presented to you is the staff recommendations to where we feel the greatest need will be for these monies by function, based on what the Linda presented. Again, it's a question of where the board wants this money spent as we proceed forward with the budget process. Anyway, JC, anything else? Okay. So the next slide, we were also asked, well, if consolidation does not occur, what's going to be the impact, academic impact, if we do not consolidate? You know, honestly, the impact is we identify approximately $3.7 million in reductions. What you have in front of you is simply suggestions, some thinking as to what might be impacted. There could be other things impacted, different than this, but I'll just walk through it very quickly. Certainly we'll be looking at some kind of reductions in central administration staff. Right now I don't know exactly what areas, but we would have to impact some reductions there. The word of caution here would be that the district over time has found itself being challenged by TA because we did do certain things right. In my opinion, sometimes it's been simply because there was lack of oversight in central administration. We'll have to decide where exactly we would make those reductions. Campus administration also, I know there's been some discussions as expressed by some board members. They would like to see assistant principals in every elementary school. We think we can develop a budget like that, but if we're having to make these major reductions, we're not too certain that we would be able to do that. That could have happened by reducing other things, but that's one thing that we'd have to look at. The budget that we're working on, that we've been presenting to the board through workshops, is based on a class size ratio at the secondary level of 25 to 1. You know, might we have to look at 28 to 1, or might we have to look at 30 to 1? We don't know. Different districts use different ratios. We think at the secondary level, 25 to 1 is a good ratio to use. We would like to be able to stay there, but this particular one is probably one of the most costly items because it impacts every single classroom at the secondary level. It would decide whether additional teaching staff would be required or not. The next one would be the possible reduction or possible elimination of after-school programs. We know those are important. Those programs are important to our communities. We have one program that's supported, partially supported by the city, After School Challenge. Hopefully that one would be able to continue. Whether or not we would have options to be able to, other options to offer at the other schools, we're not certain yet. The staff has started the introduction of instructional coaches to help support our teaching at both middle and elementary schools. That might need to be looked at. We've already talked about wanting to revamp the Health Science Academy, and we're moving forward on that at this point. Just yesterday, Ms. Costello and Dr. Gardner and myself had an opportunity to visit with the representatives at Incarnate Word that will be opening up their medical school this summer. We feel that there's a good possibility for a partnership there. We would have to see what these costs might be as we move forward with the Health Science Academy. We've done quite a bit of enhancement in our schools and district-wide as it pertains to instructional technology. We have for sure touched high school and middle school. We would like to be able to continue to expand these enhancements into our elementary school. That might need to be looked at. As the board knows, as we presented at the budget workshop last week, there's a significant amount of money in the new proposed budget that we've been discussing concerning dual credit. As we informed the board last week that the community college has passed on some of the costs that they had been underwriting for several years over to the school districts. We would like to be able to cover that through our budget and not have to pass on those costs to the families. We understand that at least some school districts in the area might be passing that on to students and families. We would not want to do that. We think it ought to be funded by the district. For the last couple of years, we've been providing funding to ensure that our students are able to take the SAT, ACT, and do advanced placement testing so they can get to advanced placement courses. In many districts, this type of testing is funded by the young people, by the students and their families. We've been funding that here locally in our district for our students. We would like to be able to continue that. We don't know whether we would be able to or not, but that's basically how we think at least some areas that might be affected if we're not able to reallocate some of this funding that would result from consolidation. Let me have the next slide. On the repurposing of facilities, let me speak to this. Matter of fact, let's go to the previous slide, Mike. I'm going to ask this before I get to the repurposing of facilities. I want to ask Ms. Castro. What we have attempted to do in this presentation is respond to all the questions that various board members have asked. And we've introduced we have responded to these questions for the most part through this presentation, but there are a few items that we've not responded to that you board members might have asked us. So I'm going to ask Linda to walk us through those 2 or 3 items that we've not yet responded to, so we can provide you the answers to your questions. Linda?
Yes, sir. So there was a question about student tracking. So since 2015-16, administration has tracked students who withdrew based on the information provided by the parent on the student leaver tracking form. This form is completed by the parent and campus administration. If a parent state a student is withdrawn to be homeschooled or to attend a charter school, the parent must complete a separate form for district tracking purposes. The district does utilize a TA student search platform to track where students enrolled after South San ISD. So we do have record of that, and if the board would like to share, we can send that to the board. In addition, there was discussion about summer transition for school consolidation. All 3 principals have met with me about what plans they have put in place to welcome parents, teachers, students. They have already they've crafted field trips other activities, to make students feel welcome. They, some of them had ideas of, what do you call it, shirt, like if they win a survey, they get t-shirts for their new campus. In addition, so that was being planned, that they're prepared, these principals are prepared for that. In addition, they want to add additional summer bridge days for students, for them to be more welcomed at their new campus. And so they're talking about being items for the spring and items for when we come back in August. So that has been put, we met briefly, I think, when that question came up. And actually, before I even met with them, all three principals like, this is what we're already been thinking of. So they've kind of been planning ahead with their campus instruction leadership teams, with their student councils, to make sure that students are welcomed.
Thank you. Mike, let me have the next slide. So now the question remains, what happens to these facilities? It's a fair question. It was asked during the community meetings. It was asked by some board members and so forth. And let me just state for the record that the superintendent, I don't oppose the repurposing of facilities, but I think it needs to be a thoughtful process as to how we make decisions concerning the repurposing of facilities. I would recommend that as a district we consider the establishment of a committee of community members from each affected area to seek input and recommendations to determine the future utilization of the schools that would be effective in consolidation, specifically Casey Middle School and Athens. I actually met with one of the parents at Athens yesterday, at least to initiate some discussions. Don't get me wrong, every single parent that I've spoken to out in the Caden and Athens area have told me they don't want their school consolidated. I understand that. But should it happen, I think the community should be very involved in trying to determine what exactly happens to that facility. How does it get repurposed? What are the type of programs that could actually be housed there? We heard some suggestions today from some of the speakers and some of our teachers. As I spoke to a group of parents yesterday at Casey Middle School, there was actually some discussion concerning, we have great educators in South San, whether that be principals or teachers, but we have great educators. Just an idea that, possibly we put out a request for proposals from our great educators. Do they want to take on the development of a magnet school or the development of a new educational program that serves our communities? There's a lot of different options or ways that these facilities could be repurposed. I would suggest that besides, in addition to parents, that we would also request or invite business leaders from those respective communities, representatives from neighborhood associations, to get involved as to what recommendation do we make to the board concerning the repurposing of these schools. And I'm in full support of moving forward with this should the board decide that the consolidation is a good decision for the students. And as I wrap up, let me have the next slide. I know that many comments have been made over the last several weeks in reference to what's the vision and so forth. This district went through a strategic process that Linda spoke to earlier today, where many community members, teachers, and students at the high school level, middle school level, participated in this process. It lasted many months. It was the community. It was that process that identified the vision statement for this district. We open every single board meeting with this vision statement. We open every principal meeting. We open every major meeting in this district with this vision statement. Vision is broad. Vision is not programs. Programs are part of a vision, but programs are not vision. A vision is a broad statement. This statement was not developed by the superintendent, was not developed by Linda Castro. It was developed by those participants in the community that decided this is what we want to see in our school system. This is the vision of the school system. Can it be revisited? Absolutely. This board certainly can revisit this at any time. But I want the board to, I guess, to understand that the process that we have followed as an administration to bring this recommendation forward to you has had deep thought, a lot of consideration as to what needs to occur. And what I would ask you to do would be this. The one question that I think you need to answer for yourself is whether consolidation provides additional opportunities for kids and is it good for students. That's the one question that needs to be answered. If it's not good for students in this school system, then clearly I would not ask you to support it. But I am convinced, as I stated earlier, that can that got kicked down the road was full of education opportunities, that these young people and generations of young people that are no longer with us were never afforded those opportunities because adults back then did not make decisions, the right decisions. That decision now is on your lap to make. You as a board will need to decide what might be best for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saavedra. Board members, do I hear any discussion based on the presentation brought to us by Dr. Saavedra?
I just have a question.
Go ahead, Mrs. Crowley.
Absolutely. You have updated the savings from 3.1 to 3.7.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you were going to, is what you, on the slide here, is that where the savings is coming from?
The what, ma'am?
On the slide here, where you list...
These are the functions?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, these are the broad areas by function where the majority of this money comes from. That's correct.
Okay, because I think we had asked you at the last meeting to give us a breakdown of the savings. How is it that you came up with 3.1 million by campus of the savings, and you said you could provide that to us?
Well, one of the primary reasons that we provided by function, quite frankly, is because the board adopts budget by function. Now, if you're asking me to provide it by campus, I can actually just pretty much tell you pretty accurately where the majority of this 3.7 comes from. I believe it was 0.6, you can help me, JC, if you want, but I think it was 0.6 from Athens. I believe it was 0.5 or 0.6 from the alternative school, and I believe 2.4, if I recall. 2.5. 2.5 from Casey Middle School.
But you were going to get a breakdown, and you weren't able to do that.
Breakdown in what respect?
Well, what I asked you was, can we have a breakdown of the 3 million by campus? And I know you're giving us 0.6, 0.5, but how much are you saving in electricity by closing the campus? How much are you saving in salaries by closing the campus? How much are you saving in...
we can provide you that information. We can provide you that, yeah.
Okay, I thought we were going to get that for this meeting as well.
We actually can dig it up pretty fast if it is important for the board to know that breakdown.
Well,
if you can dig it up with the computer. We have that in writing, and we'll provide it to you.
But if it looks like it's 600,000, 0.6 is 600,000.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay, and 0.5 is 500,000.
That is correct.
So I'm assuming probably the majority of that would be salaries.
The majority of that the majority would be salaries, and it would be in some type of support staff. Support staff, including principal salaries, secretarial salaries, that type of salaries.
And I guess my question then is, if that's what the majority of that is, and if you're going to allow them to apply for positions of vacancies, then you're not really saving anything.
Well, yes, ma'am, we are. Because
the salaries are still there.
No, ma'am, if we do not allow, let me give you a quick example. Let's just say a salary of an assistant principal, I'm just going to say 65,000, whatever it may be. If I have a vacancy in another school for an assistant principal, then instead of hiring someone from outside the district and spend 65,000, I'm basically using the 65,000 of an assistant principal that might be coming from one of the consolidated schools. It's an actual savings. Do y'all want, in reference to the breakdown, do you want it printed, Ms. Prado?
No, that's okay. Maybe if you could send that to us.
Okay.
It's already a lot of time here. But, so all you're doing is playing a shuffle game. You're going to move those people around into another campus that's being consolidated. And that assistant principal could maybe be a 10-year assistant principal with long years of experience that's making a higher salary. So by just moving them, how are you saving money?
Again, if you have a vacancy, the district has a vacancy, and we don't have to hire people from outside, a new addition, then we save about $65,000 plus whatever the additional benefits might be. Is it clear savings?
I just don't see how that works. The other thing is, and I know that we're talking about revenue, that there's no more revenue that's coming in, and so that's because of the loss of enrollment. But the other thing that has not even been mentioned or thought of or even proposed is maybe proposing a bond or a TRE. That has not been shown in any of the slides. I think a TRE has been heard at all the committees and by the different groups. I think it will help this district financially tremendously, more than the $3.7 million that you're proposing.
Could I speak to that, Ms. Prado?
Yes.
As to why it's not in one of the options we present? I think this administration, this board, has a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers and the people that fund the school system. And what has been presented is that this district is under-enrolled and we have too much capacity. And that frankly, adults in the past, or others, not necessarily this board, but others, have simply decided not to act on those efficiencies that have been described to the board through these presentations. It is hard, in my opinion, to ask the community to give us more money through a bond issue or TRE if we have not, as a school system, can demonstrate to them that we are running this district in the most efficient way possible. Because what we have presented is an issue of efficiency. It's hard to go ask taxpayers for more money if we're not willing to run the district efficient in the money that we presently have and the resources that we have right now. That is the reason that right now we don't feel that I cannot recommend to the board that we go out for a TRE or a bond issue until we make better use of the resources that we presently have.
Dr. Saavedra, let me just share something, and I know that you're very familiar with the situation. As you're aware, we currently have a conservator, but you've got a district here, Southside, who just recently also got a conservator, and that board, because they're going to be replaced by board managers, but they went ahead at the recommendation of the superintendent, even knowing that the conservator was coming or was there, and voted for a bond and a TRE, and the board approved it, and the conservator agreed that it was needed and did not veto it. And they took that step, and they took that chance, and now it's going to the community in May. So it's the people that should decide whether or not this district should have a bond or not. It's not just that, it's not just they should at least be given the opportunity to see if, this is really what they want. And the other thing is, has the district thought of maybe surveying the community and say, we've got the situation, and we don't want to consolidate schools, but the only other option we have is maybe a bond or a TRE. Would you be in favor, or would you support something like that? And get a feel for the community. The community hasn't even been asked if this is something that maybe that they would support. So I think we all talk about getting the community involved. That's one way. Find out if that's the pulse out there. Or maybe it's not. It's like Mr. Valdez said, we just don't have that trust right now. But unless you ask the community, you're not going to know.
Board members, are there any concerns, comments, or questions in relation to the presentation made by Dr. Saavedra?
I just have a couple of things.
Mr. Rivera?
I think to speak to some of the comments that Dr. Savella said in talking to the community, I honestly believe my position has always been one here recently, has always been one presented to administration and the board and the meetings that we've had to delay school closings for 1 year, to try to assess the situation, convene a committee, and present some kind of vision or plan. Understanding that we're in the situation we're in right now, I understand that we have a financial shortfall and a budget deficit that we're trying to make up of $6 million. So I tried to come up with alternative ways to try to, one, do the best thing for the community, two, do the best thing for the district. And I'll tell you what, that's a tough balancing act. And you don't get money without taking some sort of action. We don't recover funds. But one of the things that I do want to do was save money to save money. So a few things that we had asked for was a couple of conditions that I kind of wanted to lay out there. And a lot of them you've kind of gone over today, and I appreciate that. If delaying the school closings for 1 year is not a possibility, and I understand that it might not be because of the situation we're in, then there's some things that I'd like to see put in motion moving forward if we consolidate schools. And I can present that as motion if we need to, but I don't know where we go from here. I just wanted to kind of put my perspective out there, and that's kind of where I'm coming from.
You can certainly put a motion, but we're in the discussion phase, so if anyone still has something to say, please say. If not, then we can hear the motion. Is there any other board member who has any concerns, questions, or comments based on the presentation given today? Okay. Mr. Rivera, you can place a motion.
So I made some copies. I don't know if you want to see it. It's kind of a lengthy. You want me to read it, or do you have to read it?
I would like a copy.
There's a couple of reasons that I kind of broke it down the way I did, and number one on here, before I actually kind of moved to make the motion, I just wanted to go through a couple of things, if I can. Is that possible?
Yes.
The alternative school, I understand the immediate savings that we can gain there. And I'm not trying to disregard the students of the alternative school, that's not my intent. But with an average enrollment of 15 students this year, I know there's 22 students in there right now or whatever. But with an average enrollment of 15 students, I feel like we can take steps to immediately recover those funds and figure out a better way to educate those alternative school students. Either partnering with the neighboring district or whatever the case may be. So I think the alternative school, on your recommendation, I think it is the right thing to do right now. With, I guess the follow through would be knowing where those kids are going to go. At some point we need a report on that before next year. But also, I think we need to figure out a way to start moving the conversation forward towards that vision and the plan, and get community involvement, and get them to actually participate in what's going to happen to the schools and the repurposing of the schools. I would like that to be a commitment. So do you want me to read the motion, or are you going to read the motion?
No, if this is the motion that you were presenting, you would have to read it.
Okay. So I'm moving to, number one, close the alternative school, partner with another San Antonio school district for those services.
Or other districts. Could be a combination of several districts. The reason I'm asking this question on that one is that we're actually having conversations with several districts to create a co-op of several districts to provide the service. So,
Several neighboring districts?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all
Are you
neighboring districts.
specifically saying
No, no.
San Antonio, or are you saying?
What I meant by that was just a San Antonio district, not Corpus.
Okay.
No.
But you would, several districts participating in this.
Yeah, as long as they reside in the Fair County area?
I'm fine with
We're not gonna shut them down.
So, number two on the motion would be to temporarily suspend operations at Kaizen and Athens beginning this year. This is obviously coming from the perspective that we cannot delay closings for 1 year. And I'm thinking that that's your recommendation right now.
Yes, sir.
Number three would be to consolidate current student populations at Athens and Carrillo and Price Elementary, and consolidate current enrollment of Kaizen with Zamora and Dwight. This would be, number four, to direct the superintendent to take the following actions. And I guess these are conditions to okay the vote. And that would be to convene a committee of stakeholders named by the governance committee by May 1st, 2017, to develop a long-term plan for facilities use that would support the student outcome goals adopted by the board and grow enrollment. B would be to publish and disseminate by paper copies and send home with the student a transition plan that includes summer visit to intercepting school, identify a single point of contact for questions, and explain all the transportation options to parents. That part of the summer transition plan is important. I know you went over a few things. I'd like specifics on that. I think the parents deserve it. I think if we're going to move kids, we need to let them know exactly what is going to happen. And the reason for a direct point of contact and only one would be that the parents would know exactly who to go to call for questions, and not 10 people, not a board member, not a vice principal, counselor. So that's the point of that. Next thing would be by May 1st, specified by budget function where and how the savings from temporarily suspending operations at Athens, Kaizen, and the alternative school will be used to support the South San Antonio ISD's board student outcome goals. And I know you went over those as a board function right now. I think what I'd like to see is some of the programs that we're going to directly impact with that money. Because I know you're saying you're on Function 11 instruction, but I'd like to see what programs are going to be impacted by that savings.
That's fine.
Because obviously we're closing and consolidating schools and we're saying that it's for the benefit of the kids. I want to know where that benefit is coming from for that money that we're saving. And then the next item will be provide a report by February 1st, 2018 that hold on a second. Sorry. One summarizes the community feedback throughout the past year and during the course of the new committee's work. 2, provides multiple options for repurposing Kaizen and Athens for uses that reflect community feedback, serve South San students directly, and advance the board student outcomes goals, which grow enrollment. That's my motion. The last part of it, I received a lot of feedback. One of the things I asked for tonight was a report or a document stating how we got that feedback and what we did with it. I don't think I 100% got that tonight. I'm okay with not getting it, but what I do want is a report of the feedback going forward from this committee that we're going to convene, and then reports from this committee moving forward, and then recommendations. And what I'd like to see is the repurposing of these schools that don't involve city, county, or alternative school uses, that they actually get used for the advancement of board student outcome goals, and that's why I put that on there. So I really feel like, Athens could be used for an elementary school STEM academy, and I think we've talked about that a couple of times. Maybe that's something that the committee could look into once they do the research. You know, Kaizen for several different repurposing items. So I mean, that repurposing of the schools is what we're looking for with that last option. So that concludes my motion.
So there's been a motion by Mr. Ibarra. Do I hear a second?
Second.
A second by Mrs. Flores.
Discussion.
Discussion, Mrs. Corrado.
Just for clarification, Mr. Ibarra, on your motion, I guess what you're saying is you're proposing that we close the alternative school, close Athens, and close Kaizen. Right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that.
Now, I did put in there that I want to suspend it because I do want to clarify that I do want to repurpose those schools and open them as some sort of academy or whatever the committee comes up with from community input to reuse those schools for.
Can you clarify what you mean by suspended?
Well, that they will be reopened at some point with a repurpose.
And so how long would the suspension be?
That I don't know. I mean, that depends on money, obviously. It depends on community involvement. It would depend on what the committee brings back to the table. You know, it's great to want to build these schools and new things, but obviously that would take money. So that would directly impact how long it would take.
Absolutely. And as you've heard, the budget issues right now that we're facing, there is no money coming in right now. So that could be forever if there is no money coming in. And the only other way to generate revenue, as I've stated time and time again, is through TRE. But more importantly, what the suspending of a school will only do is disrupt, which is what's happening now, just at the thought that they're going to close the school. So to give someone hope of suspending it and closing it is just more disruption is what it's causing. I would rather see that we delay the closure for a year, be more definite, than just suspend it.
The difference, Ms. Pryor, is that honestly, how do we recapture the dollars right now? That's what I'm trying to figure out. On the budget shortfall for one, for two, if we had, as a board, a while back, convened a committee, then we wouldn't be talking about this right now. We would already be implementing a plan that that committee specifically came up with that would involve community input. So, I'm not trying to take steps backwards, but I'm saying moving forward, I believe that that committee can bring back information that can help us repurpose these schools. Now, if it takes 2 years, then it takes 2 years. But at least we have that purpose in mind now.
And I'm in total agreement about a committee. I think that needs to be done. The stakeholders, which are the taxpayers, need to have some say-so on how those buildings are going to be used, because it's their buildings, they pay for it, it's their tax dollars, so they must have some input. So I agree with the committee 100%, it needs to be done. But suspended for indefinitely is not a good idea. Delay the closure for a year, form the committee, and at that time, the committee can say, well, look, this is what we need to do, or we can't do, or we don't have the money to do. If after a year, the committee meets and they've not come to a conclusion, then by the next year, at least after a year, we'll know actually what our enrollment is. How much have we actually lost? Because right now, they're all projections. We don't know for sure. I mean, they're projections, but until the school actually starts and the charter schools get open, we don't know how many kids we're actually going to lose. So hold off for a year, form the committee, let's talk about how we can do this. If we don't get that other funding, maybe that's something we need to reconsider is consolidation. But let's get the input from the community and let's delay this for a year, if nothing else. But that's just my opinion.
Board members, are there any concerns, comments, or questions in reference to the motion? Wait, there was a second, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Last year, we kicked the can, because that came up a year ago.
So, Dr. Sutherland, you're saying that they've been kicking the can for 18 years. Ms. Potter, you've been kicking that can for 18 years.
No, but the thing is, and that's fine, but, I'm just saying, we kick the can around.
But no, if I could correct you, because when it was brought up, the first thing that the superintendent was going to do was the attendance zone, to balance out the enrollment, to see if that's going to help us. But it was never done. It was presented to the board, and we said, yeah, we need to balance out the enrollment. We were not ready to close schools. Let's see what the attendance zone does. Let's change that. So actually something should have been started, but it never was.
And I can attest to that. As much fault or blame that we want to put, this board was responsible. Not necessarily the specific individuals that are on here today, but those that were on here a year or 2 years ago when this conversation was started. And in my defense, or my lack of defense, was I didn't hear any community involvement at that time. I've been very present in my community. In the schools that my children attend, I have been very present. I attend parent academic training. I attend booster club meetings. I attend awards. And parents were made aware through a board meeting that this was possibly being suggested. And at that time, nobody did anything. There were no conversations that began. So in my defense, I failed as a board member to bring the suggestion of a committee, to bring experts that can do the research to determine why we have lost students continually, on average, the last, 13 years. I mean, the trend, by looking at that presentation, we go down, it's been 5 years, and then we kind of spike up, but then we go down for another 3 years, and we kind of spike up, and then we go down another 4 years. But what's different this time? We have charter schools in our background. Parents are telling us they want choice. They want choices. And so I don't see us going back up because there is a choice being offered by a charter school. This board needs to focus on the goals that were set last week, the student outcomes, to build this community so that when these students graduate, that they don't just graduate with a diploma, that they graduate with the ability to be successful in whatever pathway they choose, whether it be a university or college, that they're not dropping out after the first year because it's too hard, that they will be stable enough to survive and outdo other students from other districts in the 4 or 6 years it takes to get a degree. To help those individuals that go into the military and to have a successful career in the military. And not to be an entry level into a career that's entry level. That they are successful in the military, that they can go up and be, that the education that we provided them, that they can be, that they are able to pass the test to get higher ranks. Because that's where the money is at in the military, is to have ranking. For individuals who, after high school, want to join the workforce because there's money to be made in the workforce, but not for us as a district to give them that opportunity to get an entry-level job somewhere after graduation. That we provide the needed certificates for industries that are on the trend right now and in the future. Because whoever thought cybersecurity 13 years ago would be the biggest paying money right now. And our cybersecurity program needs to be measured, it needs to be evaluated, and it needs more money infused in that program so that our kids are successful when they go and apply for a job in cybersecurity. That is where I am tired for myself to be kicking that can. I'm tired. Because students are faced with those challenges today. And I'm sad for them because that's where I felt them in the 2 years that I've been on this board. And in 2 years, the board dynamic in relationship with the superintendent was not good. So as a district, that didn't help our students. We've crippled our students. And so now, this board has a chance to do right by the students. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Oskagin, if I may, I just want to make one more comment, and that's on Mr. Ibarra's motion. Mr. Ibarra, on the, let me just, as I kept reading the suspend the operations, I was having flashback, and I think everybody here will remember, the operation, to suspend the operation at West Campus at the time, did us a lot of harm, because it never opened. They were going to suspend it, let's see if we get enough money, if we can fix it, if we can bring it, we're going to just put the kids at South San temporarily, like we're going to do with Case and with Athens. Just temporary, we're going to suspend it. Eventually they're going to come back. That's the hope that you're giving the community, that eventually they'll be able to go back to a campus. But look what happened to West Campus. They were never able to go back to the campus. This is their campus. And since that time, this community has not trusted the district with any of their bond money or any taxpayers' money because of the promise that was made and wasn't kept. So do we want to do that, suspend indefinitely, not knowing how long it's going to take, and then say, sorry, it's not going to be, we decided against it. So I'm having flashbacks of that, and because the suspension is my concern. I can see a delay for a year, but a suspension it's a concern.
Well, I'd like to respond, just quite frankly. We, as a board, and as an administration here, it's been proven, for the last 15, 20 years, have not focused on student outcomes. It's pretty clear where the focus was of South San administrations of the past and South San boards of the past. What I can tell you right now is that I see a clear path that the board is on right now. After the Lone Star governance training, and after the education that we got and framework building blocks that we received at that training, I feel like we're on the right track now. All we have to do now is keep our commitment to what this motion is saying, and I feel like as long as I'm on this board, I'm going to keep that commitment. I think we instituted some really stringent goals here recently that have never been done before. We're measuring the highest part of the TAPR report. We've never done that before as a board. So to focus on student outcomes and to focus on education as a board has never been done. It's being done now. And the difference is going to be leaps and bounds in a few years when we start seeing the fruits of our labor. But we have to start somewhere, and we've started. And so what I can tell you is that moving forward, my commitment on this board and why I ran is to make a difference in kids' lives. And that's what I intend to do. So in making this motion, I intend to stick to the motion and make sure that these schools get repurposed. For one reason or another, for whatever the community wants, for whatever that committee comes back with, and however we have to do it, whatever kind of support network we need to do. Because in order for us to move forward, and in order for us to gain outside support, outside South San's boundaries, in other words, funding from outside sources like HEB or any places like that, we have to function correctly as a board. One, we have to focus on education. Two, we have to get rid of Lady to my right. Three, and those things, if we do them all and people see that, then I feel like we can get support from outside these district walls and from outside the state. I feel like we can get funding from other sources. But it's going to take time to do that. But we have to start at some point, and I think we start right now.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes. In answering Ms. Prado's flashback question, I was part of the administration in this district when West Campus was flooded, closed, and yes, suspended operations. But the difference now to then is that we're asking the committee of stakeholders from the community to tell us what to do with these buildings. There was no input from the community for this building to turn it into this. It was determined by administration. Okay, so that's the big difference. And I just want to make sure that, you know, I have since been verbal about making sure that the community has the voice and making the decision about what to do with the building.
All these signatures.
Ma'am, as we warned before the meeting started, no disruptions or you will be asked to leave.
You all need to hear what we want to say. You're not listening to the community.
Please.
Ma'am, this is
Yeah, you
your,
don't have to walk me out. I can walk out. And anyway, you're not listening to what the
ma'am,
community
this
is
is
saying.
your last warning.
Madam Chair, I'd like to separate. Actually, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay. Well, we can't vote until, let Mrs. Flores speak, and then I'll hear your substitute motion.
I was done.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Saavedra?
I just have a real quick question for Mr. Ibarra on this motion. First of all, I'm very much in agreement with what you have, but just wanted some clarification. When you, on A or A, when you speak to the stakeholders being named by the governance committee, what exactly is the governance committee?
So here's what I didn't want to happen with the convening of this committee, and I think Ms. Flores was the one that kind of put this out, and I can let her speak to that.
Okay.
Letter A if you'd like, Ms. Flores, but what DOI committee I felt like was just two participants by each board member, and it starts becoming a situation where it's still a biased opinion of whatever board member. You know, so if I was for it, then those were the ones that my picks went in. If I was against it, well, then those picks went in. That's not what I want to come out of this committee. I want a committee that's well-rounded and all aspects of the community are taken in. So, Ms. Flores, you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, I had put a lot of thought into it as well, and so again, back to what I said two Wednesdays ago when I spoke about my feelings that I hadn't spoken until then. I mentioned convening a committee, but also I've been listening, I've been observing those community members that come up and speak, and I feel that their thoughts and what they have to say is very reasonable. So my thinking was, in convening a committee would be, and I think Dr. Saavedra has hit on some of these, that you would include the PTA presidents of the two schools. And if there does not happen to be a PTA president or a PTA at Kazan, I'm sure that the principal would know which parent or parents would have probably stepped up to be part of this committee that would want to be there. I believe Mrs. Barza has had some very good things to say. Her concerns have been very good. I believe that COPS should be part of the table. I believe that AFT should be part of the table too, but I feel that it needs to be a teacher representative from Athens that belongs to that organization and a teacher representative from Kazan that belongs to that organization. Business people from the community who know, who want their businesses to grow and they want families to come back to South San or to be part of it because they have an interest. And perhaps we can even ask the chamber, the Southside Chamber. They know what are the trends that are coming to the South Side in the very near future. Home association representatives from each area, because these are the people that meet with their communities once a month or every other month, and they hear as to what's going out there in the community as well. Talking about administrators from each campus, because they know what you know, what those campuses may look like, and they've been working with that community. And then have some central office people that the superintendent might indicate would serve in this committee. So those were my thoughts as to who may be part of the committee, but those are just my thoughts. I've been looking, I've been observing, I've been listening, you know, and I feel that if we can bring all these stakeholders to the table, that's the big difference between the consolidation of these schools based on how it went for West Campus years back. There was no input then, okay? Now I'm hearing all these concerns, and all these people should come to the table and have a say-so into what they want those buildings to look like for their communities.
So just for clarification,
I'm sorry, I didn't answer your question. So the governance committee is the committee of the 3 board members that run the governance, but I'm willing to...
okay, the Lone Star Governance.
Right.
That's what you meant.
I'm willing to open that up to whoever wants to be part of that process, or even hiring an outside facilitator to screen the applicants that we put on this committee. In other words, find the worthiness of those committee.
Well, what I would suggest, if I may, in working with the 2 respective principals, Ms. Ovalle at Athens and Mr. Carranza at Payson, allow the superintendent to work with those 2 leaders in those 2 schools, identify leaders from the categories that y'all described, allow us to present that to the Lone Star Governance Committee that you make reference to, and finalize it, at that point, or finalize it through the board if you want. But the reason I bring it up is that May 1st is like a week and a half from now. And it'd be really difficult to finalize, convene everyone and finalize it by May 1st. Would you be okay if we do have a scheduled meeting on May 17th, which is a regular board meeting in May. It's about 2 weeks beyond this point. Would it be okay if that, and that gives us some time to contact people from the different organizations, let them consider it and give us a commitment and so forth. Would y'all be okay with that?
That's fine. May 17th?
Yeah, just May 17th.
Council, how does that work with the motion already being made and seconded?
If Mr. Ibarra is willing to amend his first motion and Ms. Flores is willing to amend her second, then that's how we would clarify that.
Mr. Ibarra?
So on letter A, it says convene a committee of stakeholders named by the governance committee.
We would modify that to read Lone Star Governance Committee.
Lone Star Governance Committee. And instead of by May 1st, we'd say by May 17th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So named by the Lone Star Governance Committee by May 17, 2017 to develop a long-term plan for facilities use that will support the student outcome goals adopted by the board and grow enrollment.
Everything else is fine. I need clarification on that one, please.
Do I hear a second from Mrs.?
I second.
Okay. So then, Mrs. Guerra, you said you had a substitute motion?
Yes. I have, I guess, an option 5 for the board to consider. First, the delaying of closures for Athens and Kaizen. Regarding the alternative school, delay it for 1 year. Regarding the alternative school, since enrollment, last I heard, was about 15 students, it would be a good idea to close and relocate from the Hernandez Learning Center to this building, the administration office, and fill up some rooms here that are already empty for better efficiency. And by doing that, we'll be able to establish the first school of choice where the alternative building is now. It's move-in ready, so no problem with that. The next one, that the board and superintendent start working on cost-saving measures at each campus by adjusting utilization of buildings. And like Ms. Prater said last week, shut down part of the house that's not being used. For example, we could move the students from the newest wing at Athens, move them into the main building where we've been told there are empty rooms. And we can always use the wing for something else. With enough time, plan to make plans to do something with that empty building. Next, that the board and the superintendent begin the process for board election, bond election, and TRE, maybe by November or even May of next year. And the last meeting was suggestions made by Mr. Ibarra last week, that the superintendent begin review of each school attendance zone, have recommendations for the board by January 2018, and then notify parents of this by the spring of 2018. Next, also one from Mr. Ibarra, the board and superintendent think outside the box to propose programs which will make us competitive with charter schools and other public schools, school districts, by forming a citizens advisory committee that they just spoke about, to study and recommend schools of choice, bond, TRE, and campus and facility utilization. And the last one, that the board, superintendent, and citizens advisory committee present bond and TRE recommendations to the community at meetings throughout the district, like we did with this closure. At the same time, the superintendent will present his recommendation for consolidation of schools and other educational functions if the bond and TRE are not approved. And by doing this, giving the community the choice.
Okay, the motion has been made. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, open it up for discussion. Dr. Svedra, these questions are for you. What is your opinion of the statement that Ms. Guerra made in reference to bringing the alternative students to this campus? Is this facility even adaptable to that, or would there be more infusion of money going into this beautiful campus?
Well, it's really more a question of the level of service that can be provided to students. If the average enrollment this year has been 15 students, and the students that attend are either middle school or high school for the most part. Occasionally we have an elementary or so, but ordinarily it's middle school and high school. It's really a question of, in order to provide a quality program, it's not a question of where it's at, it's a question of, is the program big enough to be able to staff? Right now we have 9 teachers out there. We need a minimum, my guess would be 6 or so teachers. And again, it's not a question of where it's at, it's a question of, that's why we're working with little school districts to create a co-op so that between our enrollment and their enrollment and the other district's enrollment, we have a reasonable sized school to be able to staff it appropriately. So again, to me, it's not so much that this would not be a good building. I'm sure we could identify a classroom or two for that purpose, but we still would be able to provide good service if we're only going to have 2 teachers assigned to it. You know, the real savings on the alternative is the fact that right now we have 9 teachers, a principal, a counselor, a custodian, and whatever else it's costing us to operate that school. The district can't afford to do that with only 15 students on average.
Okay, my next question is in reference to the statement Ms. Guerra made that she was wanting the Learning Center, that is currently the alternative school, to be used as the first, I'm sorry, what was the word?
School of choice.
School of choice. So that campus is really small. How many can it facilitate?
Well, you know, I mean, my guess is, yeah, you can identify that building, you can identify a small program of 150, 200 students possibly. I don't remember the number of classrooms. Do you? 6 total? Okay, so we're talking about maybe a small school of 150, all right? Can it be a specialty school? Possibly. I mean,
Culinary?
it could be almost anything you want it to be, but it's going to be a relatively small school because there's only, like I said, six classrooms. You know, I mean, it's certainly something we have to look at, regardless of whether we consolidate or don't consolidate. But it's a building that's available, and I know another piece of discussion that we've had previously at some point. I don't remember how far back. As you know, right now we don't have a parent center in the Palo Alto area. We have one in the Athens area, the Dwight area. We have one here. We've always talked, at least among some of the board members, we've talked about possibly opening up another one in the Palo Alto area. That building lends itself to that because it's about the right size.
And that's something that you're proposing with the cost savings, is to
Yes.
improve our current centers.
The other, if I may, the other thing that it could be utilized for, we currently have a cybersecurity class, is my understanding. We have somebody that's teaching that currently with a small enrollment in hopes to develop that. I think the understanding program would be perfect to start as a school of choice with a cyber school there, even though it's a small enrollment, and then to increase it eventually, because you already have a teacher that's teaching it. It has a cafeteria, it has the classrooms, it has offices, it has everything that's needed. So that's just an idea, or cybersecurity. It's just starting. I think it's only
there's a lot of different ideas as to what you can do with the small buildings.
And also, as a reminder, Port SA, remember, is opening that training center for cybersecurity, and they're willing to partner with South San to develop curriculum for that.
Okay, board members, are there any comments, concerns, or questions in relation to the motion that's on the floor right now? These substitute motions.
Well, I have a comment.
Mrs. President.
Both Ms. Guerra and Mr. Ilaga, both, in both their motions, they want community input, and I appreciate that. The thing is like the District of Innovation, is not a committee. And then this board, if it wasn't for the conservator, it wouldn't have passed. So I think, in my opinion, that was very disrespectful, and here we're wanting committees, but yet, are we going to respect what the committees want? That's a lot of time and effort that our community, the people that we put on these committees, that's a lot of time and effort and from their schedule, and then the board just dismisses it. And I think that's pretty sad, in my opinion anyway.
If I may comment, please. Yes, the members were appointed by the board members, the committee members, and we were able to attend all the meetings and to hear the discussions among our representatives as well as others. So, as Ms. Cardona said, because she was one of my representatives, DOI was okay, but she wasn't in favor of class size. And actually, they would prefer that it just be delayed. We have too much right now on our plates. So I think they're appointed, so we have to listen to what they're saying. That's why they're there, to give us feedback on what they think as a committee member on how this should go. So any comments or actions or votes are taken based on not only our representatives on committees, but we have to listen to the voice of our community. I was elected to listen to my community and their concerns and their issues, and to vote based on what they're telling me their needs are, what I think is the best interest for the kids. And I agree with them 100%. So whatever vote I take, it's because I've gotten feedback from the people that elected me, and I've gotten feedback from these people that I appoint on these committees, and that's how I determine my vote.
Mrs. Gibbons?
The fact that we've got one plan that was posted for 30 days, then last week we came in and we have a different plan or a different view of the plan from the DEIC committee, and then we come here today and we have the original plan back on our dais to vote on. It wasn't a real good move. It's more confusing. Okay, we had one, then we posted it, then we changed it to DEIC that nobody knew, or at least I didn't know, and a lot of people that I asked for, they didn't know either that this was going to happen. And then we get here today and we have the original plan that we're going to go for.
Madam Board President, we can kind of rein in the subject back to the agenda item.
Okay, this is for the comment that Ms.
Yeah,
Prather said, that
I was waiting for it to, I know what you were trying to do, but just so
Okay,
we
so
could
it
just bring
wasn't
it
as easy, and if we vote the wrong way, I mean, we've got all these options. We're the ones that are responsible for this, so all this different information coming, different plans, that didn't help either. That's why we were kind of hesitant to vote, which didn't matter anyway because it was overruled, so.
Okay. Board members, are there any comments, concerns, or questions in relation to the motion that the substitute motion that we are hearing? Okay. So the motion has been made, the substitute motion has been made by Mrs. Guerra and seconded by Mrs. Prado. So those in favor, please raise your hand, and which is considered roll call. So Mrs. Martinez could note it in the minutes. You are in favor of the substitute motion made by Mrs. Guerra and seconded by Mrs. Prado. Please raise your hand. If you are not in favor, please raise your hand. Okay? So now the motion on the floor is the motion that Mr. Ibarra made.
Madam Chair,
Motion fails.
yes, the motion did fail, but I'd like to, if I could, before we take the vote, on the motion from Mr. Ibarra, could I make an amendment before the vote is taken?
Council?
Just a moment, yes.
Okay. I think it's obviously that the vote is going to pass. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, it's obvious. But, you know, I think it's important that as members that sit on this board, whether we've been on here a year, 2 years, 5 years, 20 years, 30 years, it doesn't matter. We're here because the people of the community put us here. And we need to listen to what they say. And I don't think closure is the way to go. I think a delay would probably been the best way to go, at least for a year. Funding, as you heard from Representative Cortez.
I would entertain discussion if an amended motion is made.
Okay, well, I'm going to, I'll conclude my comments. We don't know if we're going to have more funding, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, were you going to present an amended motion?
No, I'll go ahead and vote on the main motion on Mr. Ibarra.
So the main motion is Mr. Ibarra's motion, which was seconded by Mrs. Juarez. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Those not in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes. The time, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
So the motion to adjourn has been made by Mrs. Guerra, seconded by Mr. Ibarra, and the time is 10:37. Thank you.
But I have to apply. I'll be here all day. Hi. We're all tired.